Chapter 1799. In a mirage, Chunzong caused another round of commotion. 70 consecutive victories. He actually achieved 70 consecutive victories. The absolute Saber King, who had just entered the mirage, heard the news and was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. He had an impression of the Tian Yuan Sword King. After all, he had lost him not long ago. From the looks of it, his strength should have increased quite a bit during this period of time. Fight. Continue fighting. 70 consecutive victories was not Chunzong's goal. He wanted to achieve an even higher winning streak. His next opponents were all king-ranked martial artists. Fight. Win. It was like a cycle. The winning streak could not be stopped. 71, 72, 73. From 71 to 79 opponents, they were all king-ranked martial artists. However, they were all king-ranked martial artists with less than 80 consecutive victories. None of them were Chunzong's match. 80th battle. This was an extremely crucial battle. There were tens of thousands of people watching. Not only were there people from the heaven and earth lineage, but there were also people from the void lineage and eternal lineage. The heaven and earth lineage people were very happy because Chunzong belonged to them. Among the three lineages, the eternal lineage was the strongest. This was because the eternal lineage belonged to the eternal overlord lineage and was the strongest dominator in the eternal battle fort. Initially, the eternal battle fort was named after the eternal overlord and became one of the top forces in the universe. As for the void lord and the lord of heaven and earth, to the eternal overlord, they were all juniors. They were all geniuses in the eternal battle fort and cultivated step by step from the bottom. Finally, they became the second and third dominators in the eternal battle fort. They controlled the eternal battle fort together with the eternal overlord and made the eternal battle fort even stronger. The three dominators and the three lineages competed with each other. This made the eternal battle fort even stronger. Because there was competition, there was improvement. There were many marquee and king-ranked martial artists from the eternal lineage and the void lineage that Chunzong defeated. Naturally, this helped the heaven and earth lineage gain a lot of face. Above the black arena, a white aura floated like clouds and mist. It was endless. Chunzong stood on the arena and looked ahead. A door appeared and opened. It was a black and white door. This meant that the person who was about to appear was a king-ranked genius from the heaven and earth bloodline. When the figure appeared, Chunzong's pupils constricted, and he looked a little excited. "We meet again." A smile suddenly flashed across the other party's indifferent face. His voice was soft like a gentle breeze and flowing water. Invincible Blade King. Chunzong's opponent for the 80th round was actually his old rival, the Invincible Blade King. Previously, when he was trying to achieve 60 consecutive victories, his opponent was the Extinction Saber King. In that battle, he had given his all, but he was not a match for the Extinction Saber King. This time, he wanted to achieve 80 consecutive victories, and his opponent was the Extinction Blade King. It was not an exaggeration to call him an old rival. However, he wasn't as strong as he was this time. The Extinction Blade King's winning streak was still at 89 and had reached 90. It was obvious that a 90-win streak was not so easy to achieve. "You should be much stronger than before, right?" The Extinction Saber King spoke again. A smile flashed across his face, but his tone was a little indifferent. It was filled with a sharpness like a blade. In an instant, the moment he finished speaking, the Extinction Saber King's eyes became sharper. It was as if a blade had shot out, tearing through the void and heading straight for Chunzong. His body was like a saber, neither changing nor illusory. He moved forward courageously, tearing through the sky. In an instant, the Extinction Saber King approached Chunzong directly. The long saber at his waist was naturally unsheathed, and a saber slashed through the air. The saber light was pale, and it was filled with traces of despair. It was as if it wanted to make Chunzong fall into the abyss of despair. Chunzong keenly discovered that the strength of the saber intent contained in this saber strike was even stronger than the previous one. This meant that the Extinction Saber King's strength had indeed increased greatly during this period of time. As expected, he was not the only one who had improved. Others had improved as well, especially those top geniuses. It would be strange if they did not improve in a place like the Eternal Battle Fort. However, if he was the only one who improved, it would be too boring. He was not afraid of the opponent's strength. He was only afraid that the opponent was not strong enough. Facing the pale saber light, Chunzong unsheathed his sword. The saber light was extremely domineering, as if it could crush everything in its path. When the saber light and the sword light came into contact in an instant, a shocking power burst forth. The saber and sword, which were at the level of a supreme weapon, collided in an instant. Sparks sputtered, and each point contained a terrifying power that pierced through the void. The Extinction Saber King's saber was very fast. Each strike was very sharp, as if it could cut through everything. It was filled with an indescribable sense of despair. Chunzong's sword alternated between light and domineering. Sometimes it became violent, and sometimes it was endless. Not only was each strike fast, but it also contained endless changes. Once it was displayed, it was continuous and unpredictable, as if there were no flaws. In less than 10 breaths, Chunzong's sword and the Extinction Saber King's saber had collided countless times. Even with the realm of heart enveloping the surroundings, even if he could clearly feel the trajectory of the Extinction Saber King's saber technique, it was still not that easy to defend. Fight! In the beginning of the battle, both parties did not use their full strength. It was just a test. However, both parties soon realized that the other party's strength was not weak at all. At least, they had to use their full strength. The Extinction Saber King's extremely domineering aura burst forth, then retracted in an instant, condensing into the long saber. The pale saber light condensed into a saber light, swallowing and spitting. It seemed to tear through the void, leaving streaks of pale marks. This kind of aura was extremely despairing, causing people to fall straight into the abyss and sink into eternal oblivion. Chunzong also burst forth the great yin-yang true force of heaven and earth. A very unique aura fluctuation suddenly spread out, turning into a black and white two-colored storm that swept in all directions. Whoosh! The hurricane was whistling. That aura had the boundless vastness of heaven and earth, and the vastness of yin and yang. The Extinction Saber. Blood edge. In an instant, a blood-red luster spread out from the edge of the long saber. It quickly spread to the tip of the saber like flowing water, emitting a terrifying sharpness and bloodiness. It tore through the sky and slashed toward Chunzong. The power of this saber was indeed much stronger than the previous one. Chunzong also slashed out at that moment. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. 9 streaks of sword light were continuous, hitting different parts of the blood-red saber light, and immediately defeated it. The Extinction Saber King was slightly stunned. He did not expect his saber to be so easily broken. Last time, his opponent did not have such means. As expected, there was a considerable improvement. The Extinction Saber King did not feel angry or unhappy because of Chunzong's improvement in strength. On the contrary, he was only excited, because the Extinction Saber King had the temperament of a true expert. What was an expert? Was a person who had great power a true expert? Not exactly. Only those who had great power and extraordinary temperament could be called a true expert. What was temperament? Kindness, ferocity, treachery, or something else? It was none of those. Temperament had nothing to do with good or evil, good or bad. It was only related to whether one's willpower was strong enough, whether one was open-minded enough, whether one was clear enough. People who were worried about being surpassed, who would feel unhappy and annoyed if someone was stronger than them, and who would even have killing intent, had a bad temperament. Such people were destined to not be able to achieve much on the road of cultivation. Such people could not be called a true expert. Obviously, the Extinction Saber King was not that kind of person. Chunzong becoming stronger would only make him happy and excited. This was a battle that belonged to the true powerhouses. The Extinction Saber split the earth. The saber was raised high, and the pale white saber light was suffused with an indescribable coldness. An aura of despair spread out. Slash! The saber light broke through the air and turned into a pale white crescent moon. In the last battle, the saber light that the Extinction Saber King slashed out was black, but now it was pale white. This was not only a change in color, but also an increase in power. The saber split the earth, and in an instant, the arena was split open by the crescent moon saber light. It was like a hot knife through butter, and it made Chunzong feel a chill all over his body. Earth Yuan collapsing mountain. In an instant, he took 3 steps forward, and his aura was raised to the extreme. The great yin-yang true force of heaven and earth also burst out. The sword, with an extremely tyrannical power, instantly broke through the sky. This sword strike was extremely light and agile. After it was unleashed, it was filled with an extremely shocking vigor and dominance. This sword, after Chunzong had comprehended the 9 heavenly spirit strikes and the Earth Yuan strike to the realm of transformation, he had extracted the essence and merged it into one sword. The power of this sword was extremely tyrannical. It was a pure attack. Sword of heaven and earth. This sword not only had the speed and change of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, but also had the consistency and dominance of the Earth Yuan strike. The sword light, in between the change and the consistency, shot out as if it was breaking the void. It advanced courageously, majestic, and mighty. Last time, he was defeated and killed by the Extinction Saber King's earth-splitting saber move. Would this time be the same as last time? The majestic sword light and the terrifying crescent moon saber light that tore the earth came into contact. Boom! An extremely shocking aura then exploded, turning into countless saber light and sword chi, tearing in all directions. The 7th level of heaven and earth execution was not fixed. Different people usually had different levels. For example, the power that Chunzong cultivated at the 7th level was not the heaven and earth Yuan gang, but the great yin-yang true force of heaven and earth. In addition to the power of the heaven and earth Yuan gang, it also integrated the mystery of yin and yang. The 7th level of the Extinction Saber King's heaven and earth execution, in addition to the power of the heaven and earth Yuan gang, also integrated the power of despair. It was a kind of emotional power that could directly attack the consciousness of living creatures, attacking their will and mind. As the saber and sword collided, Chunzong could clearly feel that the tyrannical power was advancing, but it was blocked by his own power, and it was dissolved by the mystery of the yin-yang true force. It was as if it had a small part of the mystery of the yin-yang sword wheel. However, there was an invisible power that passed through the sword, directly attacking his spirit sea, directly attacking his consciousness. In an instant, Chunzong was shrouded by the aura of despair. He could only feel an indescribable pessimism quietly spreading, affecting his mind. However, the Heart Sword Way was activated, and it directly shattered the aura of despair. The Heart Sword Way was a kind of sword will, a sword will that was born from the heart and moved by the will. It was more powerful than ordinary sword will, and it could better resist the invasion of external evil. The 7 emotions and 6 desires were a kind of external evil. Chapter 1800. The sword radiance was shattered, and so was the saber radiance. The Tianyuan sword and the air-severing saber clashed. The sword edge trembled, and the saber edge vibrated. A powerful force rushed out from each of them, but Chunzong and the invincible Saber King did not retreat. Instead, they borrowed the force and attacked again. Both of them had reached an amazing level in the application of their own strength. The more they fought, the more surprised and excited the invincible Saber King was. He had become stronger. Compared to the last time, the Tianyuan Sword King's strength had indeed increased a lot. Moreover, there was an amazing mystery in his opponent's strength. It was as if he could dissolve his own strength into nothing, and even counterattack a little. "You've surprised me." The invincible Saber King's voice seemed to be getting softer, but his eyes were getting colder and colder. The corners of his eyes were like the edge of a saber, shining with an incomparably sharp, cold light. An amazing aura surrounded his body. Wisps of pale white saber aura were produced, constantly cutting the surroundings, making an extremely sharp sound. In an instant, the invincible Saber King's aura had increased by more than 30%. Chunzong knew that his opponent had used all his strength. In that case, he should also use all his strength. Previously, when he had won 70 consecutive victories, he had not used all his strength in the battle with Hung Guang King. Black and white auras suddenly appeared on Chunzong's body. The white aura rose, and the black aura sank. It was as if two dragons were coiling together, suppressing all directions. The mystery of yin and yang was endless. The invincible Saber King raised his saber. Endless saber aura instantly surged and poured into the air-severing saber. The pale white saber radiance suddenly shot out 10 meters. The saber radiance was unstable, tearing the void apart. Before it had been slashed, this saber had already burst forth with an extremely terrifying power. The tens of thousands of people watching the battle felt as if a heavenly saber was hanging on their necks, ready to slash at any time. Chunzong's expression was slightly solemn. This saber made him feel a great threat. It was not any weaker than Hung Guang King's ultimate move, the invincible saber, air-severing. As the saber slashed down, the saber radiance was extremely pale and filled with an astonishing aura of despair. It instantly broke through the void. In just an instant, a void crack appeared, emanating a terrifying aura that could tear everything apart. It snaked towards Chunzong like a bolt of lightning. Last time, the invincible Saber King did not use this move because Chunzong could not withstand the earth-splitting saber move and was defeated and killed. But this time, Chunzong's strength was even stronger. The earth-splitting saber move could no longer hurt Chunzong. Chop! The saber light that tore through space was extremely powerful. It tore through the black arena and the white clouds in the sky. The expressions of the spectators outside the arena changed drastically. They felt as if they were being torn apart. An aura of despair pervaded the air. Immediately, most of the people who were weaker than the Extinction Saber King felt sorrow and despair. The Extinction Blade King's strength has become even stronger. Soon, he should be able to obtain 90 consecutive victories and reach the top. A figure with a faintly discernible aura that seemed to have merged into the void spoke unhurriedly with a calm expression. It's not that easy to reach the top. Another figure with a completely different aura said nonchalantly, as if he was an eternal existence. These two people were respectively geniuses of the void lineage and the eternal lineage who had obtained 90 consecutive victories and reached the top. 90 consecutive victories meant that one was at the level of the top king-level geniuses. It was also known as reaching the top. Although there were some differences in the winning streaks after 90 consecutive victories, they were all known as reaching the top. As for 100 consecutive victories, no one had achieved it so far. The highest winning streak was 98. That was the highest record in the past. For the current batch of geniuses, the highest winning streak was 95. And there were exactly 3 people who had achieved 95 consecutive victories. One belonged to the eternal lineage, one belonged to the void lineage, and one belonged to the lineage of heaven and earth. The Extinction Saber King's saber slashed through the air with a terrifying force. Chunzong instantly displayed the yin-yang sword technique. The first move, yin-yang sword wheel. In an instant, the black and white sword wheel swept out as if it was the beginning of heaven and earth. It blocked the slash of the pale saber. The saber radiance was ferocious and overbearing. It was extremely terrifying. The moment it hit the yin-yang sword wheel, it actually caused the yin-yang sword wheel to tremble slightly, as if it was going to break the yin-yang sword wheel. However, under the yin-yang sword wheel that was operating by Chunzong, the power of the saber was finally resisted. It was unable to break through and hurt Chunzong. The yin-yang sword wheel operated with difficulty, slowly dispelling the overbearing power of the saber. Moreover, it guided part of it to counterattack. In an instant, a pale saber radiance shot out like a crescent moon, tearing the void apart. The Extinction Saber King was secretly shocked. His body twisted and turned like lightning, avoiding the counterattack of the saber radiance. In an instant, silver light filled the Extinction Saber King's eyes. The state of freedom. This state allowed his attacks to be at the peak level, and his strength would not be affected by the consumption of energy. The Extinction Saber King's body became extremely light and agile, like a wisp of smoke fluttering in the wind, changing freely. The saber radiance swept out, as pale as mist and smoke. Countless saber chi blended into the air and attacked Chunzong. In an instant, Chunzong was shrouded in the mist formed by the endless pale saber chi. Although it was not clear why the Extinction Saber King gave up on using the Extinction Saber and changed to close combat, Chunzong was never afraid of close combat. The state of freedom was activated, and the sword technique was immediately launched. It spread out like a hazy mist. That was sword chi, silk-like sword chi. In an instant, the figures of Chunzong and the Extinction Saber King disappeared. Only the clouds and mist filled the air, becoming hazy and shrouding the surroundings. The Extinction Saber King is going to use his trump card. The genius of the Void lineage said with a hint of mockery in his voice, "Tianyuan Sword King, you don't seem to know." The expert of the eternal lineage looked a little solemn. Obviously, he was clear about the power of the Extinction Saber King's trump card. If one was not prepared, once one was hit, it would be very dangerous. Gradually, Chunzong felt that although the Extinction Saber King saber was completely blocked by him and could not break through his defense, the pale saber chi that filled the air became denser and denser. It was continuous, as if it existed forever. This made Chunzong feel that something was wrong. The saber chi seemed to be weaving into threads, turning into a net to trap him and trap him. Kill. Beginning to feel that something was wrong, Chunzong naturally would not sit still and wait for death. His sword pierced through the air, tearing apart the layers of saber chi, and was about to kill his way out of the encirclement of the pale saber chi. Extinction Saber. Despair, Saber Prison. Perceiving Chunzong's intention, the Extinction Saber King immediately pointed his saber downwards. His hands clasped the hilt tightly, and he fiercely stabbed downwards. In just an instant, the absolute void saber pierced into the black arena all the way to the hilt. Boundless saber chi immediately exploded under the arena, spreading out in all directions. A pale white light, with the saber hilt as the center, instantly spread out like ripples, covering the entire black arena and turning it pale white. That layer of pale brilliance, filled with traces of despair and sharpness, echoed with the seemingly endless fog of pale saber chi suspended in midair. Clang! Clang, 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 clang. In an instant, countless sharp and fierce sounds like cold blades being unsheathed rang out continuously and densely. From the arena that was covered in a pale white brilliance, numerous blades broke out of the ground like spikes and crisscrossed like the fangs of a dog. They were densely packed, looking extremely terrifying. In an instant, Chunzong felt an astonishing sharpness piercing out from below, as if it was going to pierce through him. He hurriedly rose into the air. He saw that the entire arena was completely covered by 1 meter-long saber edges. The tips of the sabers pointed to the sky, crisscrossing like the fangs of hell dogs, filled with astonishing sharpness and murderous intent. The pale saber chi in the air also condensed, turning into palm-sized pale saber light, like real saber edges, also exuding astonishing murderous intent and sharpness. The pale saber light floated in the air like the sky. The pale saber edges appeared on the ground, pointing to the sky, like the earth. Heaven and earth filled the air, and an endless aura of despair was constantly released from it, spiraling and becoming more and more intense. The cycle was endless, and it turned into a purgatory world of sabers. Despair Saber Prison. This was the real trump card of the Extinction Saber King, his real killing move, and its power was extremely shocking. However, because it was not perfect, it was not easy to use. Chunzong fell into the Despair Saber Prison. The Extinction Saber King's figure rushed forward, closing in an instant. He directly slashed out with his saber, mercilessly killing Chunzong. At the same time, a saber edge below suddenly left the arena, directly shooting through the air. The saber edge did not have a handle, only a complete saber blade. It was extremely sharp, mercilessly tearing through the void. Then, a saber edge floating in the air rotated, as if it could cut through everything, shooting toward his back. Chunzong immediately faced attacks from 3 directions. In front of him was the Extinction Saber King's front, and the Absolute Sky Saber slashed out with overwhelming power. Below him was the saber edge shooting. Behind him was the saber light cutting. Every attack revealed an astonishing sharpness and murderous intent. Moreover, the aura of despair seemed to be intensifying as time passed, becoming more and more intense. In the midst of it, Chunzong was constantly attacked and invaded by the aura of despair. The Heart Sword Tao, will in his deity, Si suddenly trembled slightly, and an extremely shocking sharpness flashed across the sword edge, resisting the aura of despair that invaded his deity Si, shattering it. But here, the aura of despair seemed to be endless, continuously growing and strengthening, continuously invading his deity Si, as if it would not stop until it completely occupied Chunzong's deity Si. With a sword in hand, Chunzong's figure swayed gently like a willow in the wind. His figure changed like smoke, making it difficult to distinguish between real and fake. His sword slanted upwards, cleverly clashing with the Extinction Saber King's saber. Borrowing the force, he turned around, shattering the saber light that was slashing toward him from behind, taking advantage of the momentum to slash down. The saber edge fell to the ground as the saber and the sword collided. Chunzong took advantage of the momentum to rush into the air, waving his sword in the air, slashing out streaks of sword chi. The mystery of yin-yang heaven and earth was contained in them, attacking the Extinction Saber King. The sword chi was like a rainstorm, dense and continuous, seemingly endless. Chapter 1801. The 5th chapter will be updated tomorrow. Please follow the official account. 6 Paths of Depravity. Let's read and communicate together. Blade Hell, all creation of despair. Countless blade radiance swept out and directly tore apart Chunzong's storm-like sword chi. All of them were aimed at Chunzong. The blade radiance below seemed to be pulled by an inexplicable force. It trembled and suddenly left the arena and shot up in the direction of the invincible Saber King's long saber. Kill. The endless blade radiance in the sky gathered and compressed into a blade radiance with a radius of 10 meters. It enveloped Chunzong from all directions. The blade radiance below converged into a 100-meter-long blade dragon. It rushed up with unparalleled terror and rushed toward Chunzong as if it was going to tear the world apart. The extremely dense aura of despair also rushed up like a torrent bursting through a dam. It suddenly rushed into Chunzong's spirit sea. The Heart Sword Way will shone brightly. The sword radiance was like a heavenly sword cutting through the sky. Suddenly, the aura of despair that invaded the spirit sea was attacked, torn apart, and shattered. The first move of the yin-yang sword technique. Yin-yang sword wheel. The black and white sword wheel surrounded him. It was divided into 2 parts, and the yin and yang of heaven and earth merged. It was so mysterious that it blocked the blade radiance's attack. The saber dragon charged forward with an extremely terrifying might. It directly caused the yin-yang sword wheel to pause and crack after crack appeared on it. This caused Chunzong to be extremely shocked. The blade dragon's power was so strong that it could break his yin-yang sword wheel. Fortunately, his skills were not limited to the yin-yang sword wheel. The yin-yang sword wheel was only the first move of the yin-yang sword technique. but it was also the prerequisite for the second move. To perform the second move, heaven and earth reversal, he must first perform the yin-yang sword wheel as the foundation. The moment the yin-yang sword wheel was broken, the sword radiance suddenly changed. It turned into the heaven and earth reversal, and it seemed like a part of the world was swallowing everything. The blade radiance and the blade dragon immediately blasted into it. Chunzong could clearly feel that the saber light and saber dragon that had been swallowed into the reversal of heaven and earth were extremely powerful, especially the power of the saber dragon. It was extremely terrifying, as if it wanted to break through the world of the reversal of heaven and earth and shatter it. However, the reversal of heaven and earth was extremely exquisite. Under Chunzong's control, he was able to hold on. Universe Devour. Counterattack. In an instant, the saber light and saber dragon were combined into one by the power of the reversal of the universe, turning into a 100-meter-long saber dragon surrounded by countless saber lights. It carried an extremely terrifying aura of despair and killing intent as it instantly blasted out of the universe. Rumble. Space shook without end. The saber dragon was like a hot knife through butter. Everywhere it passed, space seemed to collapse inch by inch. Of course, the spatial strength of the eternal battle fort was incomparable to that of the Tianyuan sacred region. Even a supreme saint from the Tianyuan sacred region could not truly tear apart the spatial strength of the eternal battle fort. The reason why the spatial cracks could be created in the battle here was that the eternal battle fort had purposely set it up to lower the spatial strength of the ethereal world, making it similar to other worlds. This way, the battle would give people a greater sense of accomplishment. The saber dragon was surrounded by endless saber lights. The saber lights were like fragments of stars. They looked extremely beautiful, but they contained an extremely terrifying danger, as if they were constantly tearing apart the space. The saber dragon rushed forward. Even though the invincible Saber King was in the self-freedom realm, he could not help but feel shocked. What kind of unique skill was this? It was actually able to completely absorb his attack and counter it with all its might. He was directly locked in. The strong aura of despair madly rushed towards him. Even the invincible Saber King himself felt the power of the saber essence of despair. However, the saber essence of despair originally belonged to the invincible Saber King, so he could withstand it very well. However, the power of the saber dragon was extremely tyrannical. It smashed through the void, and the astonishing pressure seemed to have sealed the void around his body. Slash! One saber slash through space. The extremely shocking saber light slashed out in an instant, brazenly attacking the saber dragon as if it was going to split the saber dragon into two. However, in an instant, the saber light shattered. The saber dragon paused for a moment and seized the opportunity. The saber trembled. The invincible Saber King, whose arms were numb, immediately escaped from the saber dragon's powerful aura. As soon as he escaped, he was met with an extremely sharp saber light. The saber light was agile and full of changes. The power was extremely mysterious, as if it contained the mysteries of yin and yang. The invincible Saber King's void saber was still trembling slightly. His arms were numb and had not recovered. However, he had to wave his saber to resist Chunzong's sword. At the moment when the saber and sword collided, the yin and yang true force of heaven and earth directly attacked and moved the saber away. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, directly cutting towards the invincible Saber King. In an instant, the invincible Saber King was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Chunzong. Every sword not only moved the invincible Saber King's saber away, but also had an impact that caused the invincible Saber King's saber to tremble continuously. His numb arms could not completely recover. This was a rare opportunity. Chunzong would definitely not give the invincible Saber King the chance to recover. 9 Heavenly Spirit Strikes. Earth Elemental Strike. Heaven and Earth Sword Strike. Using it continuously, the mysteries of the yin and yang true force of heaven and earth were also used to an endless extent. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The invincible Saber King kept defending and retreating. He wanted to increase the distance between them and buy time to recover his arms. However, Chunzong would not give him such a chance. If it were not for the realm of self-freedom, the numbness would have made the invincible Saber King unable to even wield his saber. Under the realm of self-freedom, Chunzong's perception and control of his surroundings surpassed that of the invincible Saber King. Especially when combined with the realm of heart, the invincible Saber King could not avoid Chunzong's sword attack, no matter how he used his body movement. The power of both parties was constantly depleted and decreasing. In order to resist Chunzong's sword attack, the invincible Saber King's spirit was being consumed even more. Suddenly, the silver threads in the invincible Saber King's eyes dimmed and then disappeared. This meant that the invincible Saber King could no longer maintain the realm of self-freedom. It was a good opportunity. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. In an instant, 9 swords attacked consecutively. Each sword accurately calculated the invincible Saber King's reaction and trajectory. The void saber was broken open, and the sword light went straight in. Heaven and Earth sword attack. The frontal attack of this sword was extremely powerful. The invincible Saber King could not resist at all. The void saber was almost sent flying. The sword light directly pierced the invincible Saber King's heart and penetrated it. The moment the Tianyuan sword pierced the invincible Saber King's heart, the silver light in Chunzong's eyes dimmed. After breath, it disappeared. Chunzong could no longer maintain the realm of self-freedom. A breath. It was only a breath's time difference, and he almost could not defeat the invincible Saber King. After all, once he was forced to withdraw from the realm of self-freedom, it meant that his spirit was basically exhausted. However, he still won. In the end, he defeated the invincible Saber King. Next time, I will defeat you again. A smile appeared on the invincible Saber King's feminine face. There was no hatred or murderous intent. There was only a kind of belief. The belief that he must defeat Chunzong next time. Then come. Chunzong also smiled and sheathed his long sword. Tianyuan Sword King Chunzong has achieved 80 consecutive victories. The deep and vigorous voice resounded in the ethereal extent once again, causing an even greater commotion. 80 consecutive victories. In the entire Eternal Battle Fort, there were very few people who achieved 80 consecutive victories among the demigods. Naturally, the Mirage Master, Qing Su Mingyu, also received the news very quickly. 80 consecutive victories. This is really unexpected. After Qing Su Mingyu heard about it, she was slightly stunned. Then she smiled and said, "But I wonder when can he reach the top?" Reach the top. That was 90 consecutive victories. Some people could not achieve 90 consecutive victories in their lifetime. That was the vast majority of people. However, she did not know if Chunzong had the potential and strength to reach the top. If he did, how much time would he need to reach the top? Chunzong did not continue to fight. The battle with the invincible Saber King had almost depleted his essence, chi, and spirit. It would take a long time for him to recover. Another point was that in the 80 consecutive battles, there were quite a few strong opponents who had brought him training, especially the invincible Saber King. The training he received was the most intense. Therefore, Chunzong did not hesitate to leave the Mirage and began to cultivate in seclusion. The purpose of this seclusion was to digest and absorb the gains from the 80 battles, increase his foundation, and increase his strength. It would be best if he could combine the Heart Sword Tao intent and the 3 Tao intents of wind, fire, and thunder. Like the Yin-Yang Tao intent, they would become compatible with the Heaven and Earth Tao intent, and their power would be unleashed to the extreme. Chunzong began to cultivate in seclusion. The outside world started a lot of discussions because of him. The king-level geniuses in the Thousand King Mountain from the 3 main mountain ranges also paid attention to Chunzong. After all, Chunzong was likely to become their opponent. Then, people continuously paid to watch Chunzong's battles with Hung Guang King, the invincible Saber King, and the others. They observed and studied the secrets of Chunzong's martial arts, etc. Moreover, Chunzong's recording of the secrets of the perfection of 9 heavenly spirit strikes also began to attract attention. Some people paid to buy it. Unknowingly, Chunzong could obtain more battle records. In this place, the more battle records one had, the more useful it would be. Chunzong cultivated in seclusion and completely cut off all news from the outside world. Gradually, the discussions about him faded away with the passing of time. The eternal battle fort was extremely huge, and there were countless people inside. However, the area for soldiers was only a small part of it. Moreover, these soldiers basically came with their consciousness and condensed their bodies. They could not leave this area. The soldiers' mission was to cultivate and improve themselves. They used the resources in the eternal battle fort to improve themselves. One day, they would break through to the ascending God realm. The ascending God realm was a big realm. It was also the real starting point of stepping into the void of the universe. Without reaching the ascending God realm, one was not qualified to enter the void of the universe. Every genius here, no matter how hard they tried to improve themselves, their ultimate goal was to break through to the ascending God realm. Of course, it was not difficult for them to break through to the ascending God realm. However, they all wanted to have more solid accumulation and foundation when they were at the demigod realm. In this way, once they broke through to the ascending God realm, they could directly obtain more power than ordinary ascending God realm experts. This was the real reason why geniuses could surpass others. Chapter 1802. The Luo King's renewal package was in effect, but unfortunately, he died. Tianyuan, Sacred Realm. On a broken mountain peak of Tai Luo Mountain in the Taishan Realm's Tai Luo City. This mountain peak was caused by a great battle some time ago. Half of it had collapsed, and there were still terrifying auras left, making people tremble in fear. A period of time ago, there would often be people who came to observe, trying to figure out something. However, they could only be sure that there was an expert with astonishing fighting strength who had once fought a great battle here, causing astonishing destruction. However, they couldn't see anything else. Gradually, fewer and fewer people came. However, it didn't mean that there wouldn't be people passing by. In the sky, 2 streaks of light flew past and then landed on the place where Chunzong and Luo King had been fighting. There they could still feel the remnant auras. The auras had a kind of sharpness that could tear the world apart, a kind of fierceness that could destroy all life, and a kind of coldness that could destroy everything. On the ground, there were crisscrossing cracks and holes. The remnant auras were even more intense. However, it was difficult to find anything other than the traces of battle and the slowly dissipating auras. The reason why they came here was because there was a rumor not long ago that someone had comprehended the remnant auras here and gained something from it, breaking through the shackles and becoming stronger. Therefore, there would be people coming here every day. However, the rumors seemed to be just a rumor. Still, there would be people coming to try their luck. The 2 people who came now were 2 cultivators in the early stage of the Saint Rudiment stage. They kept observing, searching, and comprehending, but they didn't find anything. It seems that rumors are just rumors. We can't believe them. We didn't have much hope in the beginning anyway. The 2 of them said one after another, but it was inevitable that they would be disappointed. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly paused and stared ahead. It was as if they had been immobilized and turned into statues, unable to move. Through their eyes, they could vaguely see a bit of black light. It was a reflection. As they stared, a bit of black light appeared out of thin air about 1,000 meters away from them. The black light spun and quickly expanded. After about 10 breaths, it had expanded to the size of a fist. The 2 of them looked at each other, nervousness and excitement in their eyes. Could it be that the 2 of them had obtained a great opportunity? From now on, they would be like some people in the rumors, becoming God's favored children and soaring to the sky. Nervousness, hope, anxiety, all kinds of strange feelings constantly attack their minds, making their breathing quicken unconsciously, their hearts beat faster, cheeks flushed, and their fists clenched subconsciously. Under their expectant, hopeful, and nervous gazes, the black light continued to expand until it was the size of a palm. Immediately, it became the size of a wash basin. Bigger, bigger, bigger. With the passage of time, the edge of the black light continued to rotate and spread out like a wave of blades. A quarter of an hour later, the black light had expanded to a diameter of 1 meter. However, it didn't stop there. Instead, it was expanding at an even faster rate. A cold and domineering aura suddenly poured out of it like a surging tide. When it swept past the two early Saint Rudiment stage cultivators, they could not help but tremble. They only felt a burst of coldness growing from the depths of their bodies. A scorching heat seemed to have invaded their divine seas and burned them. The two of them quickly reacted. At the same time, they thought of the remnant aura. One of the auras was very similar to the one they were sensing now. Instinctively, the two of them began to realize that something was wrong. This might not be an opportunity, but danger. "Let's go," one of them shouted in a low voice. "No, maybe this is a great opportunity," the other insisted. "Let's go." The feeling of unease in the hearts of the people who advocated leaving grew stronger and stronger. They immediately retreated and pulled their companions back. However, his companions seemed to be obsessed and did not intend to leave. At that moment, an extremely strange sound seemed to come from the rotating black hole. It did not sound like a human's voice, nor did it sound like a beast voice. Instead, it was a very strange and terrifying sound. As soon as it came out, a thick malice filled the air, causing one's hair to stand on end. It sounded like the voice of a devil. The expression of the person who was about to leave changed drastically. He immediately let go of his companion and rushed up into the sky at his fastest speed, flying into the distance. At the same time, he subconsciously looked back. This glance made his face turn pale, and he was almost scared out of his wits. His companion stared blankly at the expanding black light. It was like a black hole or a door to a ghost realm. It was as if his soul had been sucked out, and he could not move. In an instant, an extremely strong aura filled the air, turning into a faint black tornado. It directly wrapped around that person and quickly pulled him in the direction of the black light. In the blink of an eye, that person was pulled 2 meters away from the black light. A pitch-black arm, an astonishing speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, reached out from the black light like lightning and grabbed his companion's head. The entire curved, pitch-black claw tightly clasped the entire head, completely covering it. As if it was picking up a little chick, the pitch-black arm directly grabbed that person and swung his body and limbs around like noodles. In the next breath, the body that was grabbed by the head by the pitch-black, ghostly claw flickered with a faint, almost transparent light. Starting from the feet, the light flowed continuously to the head like flowing water. It entered the pitch-black, ghostly claw and continued to spread along the pitch-black, thick, and sturdy arm. In just less than 3 breaths, the person who was quickly leaving high up in the sky saw his companion become shriveled up like a withered tree. The ghostly claw loosened, and the shriveled body fell. His grayish-white eyes bulged, and his cheeks were completely sunken. It looked like a layer of dead skin that had lost its luster and became wrinkled, wrapping around fragile bones. His vitality had been extinguished. In just less than 3 breaths, the vitality of this early-stage Saint Rudiment realm cultivator was directly devoured and completely disappeared, turning into a withered corpse that looked like it had been dead for countless years. How could this be? The early-stage Saint Rudiment realm cultivator, who was quickly flying away in the sky, was horrified. His scalp went numb, and his head almost exploded. Horrifying. Horrifying. How could this happen? The shocking change directly impacted his soul, causing him to lose his mind for a moment. A moment of loss was enough for many unforeseen events to occur. The black light suddenly expanded, and a tall, black figure appeared behind the arm. It was more than 2 meters tall, and its entire body was pitch black. Its body looked incomparably strong, and there was a short spiral on its forehead. A bit of blood-red light flowed down, forming a mysterious blood-red pattern on its cheeks and body that looked like a burning, ghostly flame. If Chunzong, or Chunxiu, were here, they would be shocked because the body in front of them looked almost identical to the purgatory ghost divine body displayed by the Devil King, except for the horn that did not extend out of the blade. As soon as this ghostly figure appeared, it turned its eyes and immediately stared at the figure that was rapidly flying away in the sky. In a flash, the black light flashed like lightning, and in just a flash, it caught up with the figure. With a stretch of its arm, the ghostly claw immediately clasped the man's head, and his body trembled as if an electric current had struck it. 3 breaths. In less than 3 breaths, the man who had been caught up to suddenly turned into a dried corpse. A look of intoxication appeared on the face of the pitch-black, devil-like figure. It was as if he was satisfied with a bowl of ice-sour plum soup on a hot summer day. It was as if he was enjoying a feast of meat despite not knowing the taste of meat in March. What a beautiful world. So much life. A strange accent suddenly sounded from the ghostly figure's mouth. It was low and hoarse, and filled with shocking malice. However, it was the language of the Tianyuan's sacred region's human clan. It was just that it seemed to have just been learned and was a little obscure and stiff. Come out, my clansmen. This is our hunting ground. Soon after, a ghastly claw extended from the pitch-black door of light, followed by a body. 1, 2, 3. Not long after, 12 figures that looked exactly the same stepped out of the black door of light. They all scanned their surroundings and observed the world. Their faces were filled with curiosity and greed, and then they all opened their mouths and spoke in a strange language. The ghostly figure that came out first also spoke in a strange language that humans could not understand. It seemed to be explaining to its own kind, and they all looked enlightened. Then they all laughed maliciously. It was extremely terrifying, and their eyes were filled with malice and greed. A world filled with life. To them, this was the best hunting ground. They could hunt endlessly and absorb the life force to strengthen themselves and become even stronger. In their own world, it was already very difficult to absorb life. The competition was too great. Soon after, the 12 figures immediately dispersed amidst the malicious-looking laughter. They each chose a direction and swept across the sky like a bolt of black lightning, disappearing into the horizon. The black light door that gave off a cold and domineering aura did not disappear. Instead, it slowly rotated, releasing wisps of aura that slowly eroded the surrounding yuan qi, causing a qualitative change. If this situation continued, if there were no changes, this world would be eroded and transformed into a terrifying place. However, the people in Grand Luo City still didn't know about this. They simply didn't know that a disaster had silently descended upon them. The first to bear the brunt was Tai Luo City in the profound mystery world. However, the cultivators in Tai Luo City were still unaware of the situation, because the 2 early Saint Rudiment stage cultivators who were aware of the situation were already dead. Their life force had been devoured while they were still alive, and even their souls could not escape death. It was an extremely tragic death. In the profound mystery world, some of the secret places of the big sects exclaimed in surprise. This world seems to be a little different. Why do I feel a little scared? Chapter 1803. The Greenlight Sect was a mediocre force in Tai Luo City. There were less than 1,000 people in the entire sect, from the sect master to the disciples. The sect master had the highest cultivation base in the entire sect. He was at the late 6th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Other than that, there were less than 5 intermediate Saint Rudiment stage elders. Among the mediocre forces in Tai Luo City, the overall strength of the Greenlight sect was average. However, even a salted fish would dream of turning the tables one day, let alone a cultivator. Therefore, the cultivation atmosphere in the Greenlight sect was quite good. This was especially so after the Azura sect took over Tai Luo City. Unlike the Tian Luo sect in the past, the Azura sect would not oppress small sects like them. Instead, they would allow them to develop well. This was a rare opportunity. Of course, they would seize the opportunity to improve themselves. An individual's cultivation base and strength was the overall strength of the sect. When the sun rose, everyone in the green light sect had already awakened. Some were meditating, while others were practicing martial arts. Everyone was full of vigor. In an instant, a trace of cold aura seemed to spread out from the void, spreading with the wind. The green light sect's disciples who were practicing martial arts suddenly trembled. A chill ran down their spines, but they did not know where it came from. Those whose cultivation base had reached the Saint Rudiment stage had sharper senses. They could clearly feel the cold aura spreading out. All of them were bewildered. What's this? The late sixth heaven Saint Rudiment stage sect master stretched out his hand and caught a trace of cold aura. He could vaguely feel that the aura contained not only cold aura, but also a domineering aura. It seemed to be extremely terrifying, causing him to feel uneasy. He could not help but frown. Along with the strands of chilling aura was a black light that emitted an incomparably intense and terrifying fluctuation. In an instant, the black light rushed out and appeared in the green light sect. Endless black aura was released from the black light, sweeping out like a dark, cold, and domineering storm. In the blink of an eye, the green light sect was completely covered. From the sect master to the disciples, everyone was unable to react in time. They were completely engulfed by the cold wind and darkness. In the next moment, they felt as if something was being drained from their bodies. As soon as it was drained, they felt their bodies twitching. It was extremely painful, as if their blood essence was being drained violently. Not good. The Saint Realm Masters immediately felt that something was wrong. What was being drained from their bodies was their vitality, their very own vitality. What was this thing that could actually devour his life force? He immediately erupted with all of his power. Green light shone brightly and immediately bombarded the surrounding darkness, tearing it apart. But in the next breath, the darkness swept over again, covering it once more and even becoming denser. This group of Saint Realm Masters was the focus of attention. Devour. It continued to devour. Not long after, the disciples below the Saint Realm began to twitch, their skin rapidly becoming wrinkled, their bodies becoming thin and hunched as a strong death chi began to diffuse from their bodies. In just a dozen breaths of time, all the disciples below the Saint Realm had been turned into dried corpses, their eyes filled with fear and horror, their mouths agape, but unable to make any sound. Saint Realm Masters were better able to resist, but they were only able to slightly delay the loss of their vitality. When they became the focus of attention, their vitality would begin to pour out of their bodies like a flood breaking through a dam. In just a dozen breaths of time, all the Saint Realm Masters in the hall had their vitality drained and turned into dried corpses. The sect master, who had the highest cultivation and the strongest strength, was sitting in the main hall. His thick black hair had become sparse and withered, and his skinny face was filled with fear and unwillingness. It was as if his last struggle had turned into despair and was branded on his face. It was as if he had been dead for thousands of years. In an instant, all the black wind converged, and in the blink of an eye, all of it was sucked into the black figure. This ghost-like figure flicked its arm and immediately threw off the figure it was holding, raising its head and letting out a heart-palpitating laugh. Humans are truly delicious food. This voice was the language of the human race. Even if it sounded very stiff and obscure, as if it had just been learned, it was certain it was the language of the human race. This ghost-like figure spread its arms wide, and a tyrannical power began to grow and spread from its body, its aura also seemingly growing stronger. Devouring vitality to strengthen itself, improve its strength, and even break through its shackles. In just a few dozen breaths of time, the vitality of nearly 1,000 people in the Azure Light sect had been completely devoured, turning into nearly 1,000 dried corpses. Putting down its arms, the ghost-like figure suddenly shot up into the sky, transforming into a black streak of light that shot off into the distance. He wanted to continue devouring vitality, devouring even more vitality to strengthen himself, especially now that the human race's army had yet to officially enter this world. As the vanguards, They needed to devour as much vitality as possible to obtain as many benefits as possible and improve themselves as much as possible. If they could break through the shackles of life, they could shed their status as soldiers and be promoted to general. The 12 vanguards each took their own path and began to wreak havoc in the territory of Tai Luo City. They did not try to hide their movements, nor did they try to hide their tracks, simply because they considered the human race as food. Prey, devouring vitality. This was similar to humans slaughtering pigs for meat. Would you care about what a pig thought? No, you wouldn't even try to hide your tracks. You would just kill them. Therefore, it wasn't long before someone noticed that something was wrong. Azura sect. Sect master, a disciple discovered something strange. An Azura sect elder immediately reported what a Saint Rudiment stage disciple of the Azura sect had seen. The sect master immediately summoned the disciple to the main hall and reported everything he had seen in detail. Their vitality has disappeared, and they've all turned into dry corpses. The sect master immediately frowned, and a powerful aura began to emanate from his body. Early Ninth Heaven, Saint Rudiment stage. After obtaining the incineration Azura technique and entering the Azura secret realm to cultivate, the sect master's cultivation base had increased significantly. He had already reached the early Ninth Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, which was a great improvement compared to before. The sect master was not the only one who had improved significantly. The Grand Elder's improvement was even greater. After all, the Grand Elder had more time to cultivate in the Azura secret realm, unlike the sect master who had to deal with the affairs of the sect. Therefore, the Grand Elder's cultivation base had reached the peak of the Ninth Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Once he perfected the 31st level of the incineration Azura technique, he would be able to break through to the half-step Great Saint realm. The improvement in his cultivation base was one thing, but the improvement in his strength was even more significant. After all, with the tempering in the Azura secret realm and the fog crystals and fog essence brought by Chunzong, the effects of comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth were astonishing. In short, the sect master, Grand Elder, and Second Elder's cultivation base and strength had increased by several times compared to before. Guardian Lin, please head over to the Azure Light Gate and take a look, the sect master immediately instructed. All right. A response was heard. Shortly after, a ray of light shot up into the sky from the back of the main hall. With lightning speed, it rushed out of the Shura Gate's half-activated Great Formation and flew in the direction of the Azure Light Gate. This Guardian Lin was one of the half-step Great Saint Realm Masters who had sworn eternal loyalty to the Azura sect. He had a 4-star battle prowess and was very powerful. His status in the Azura sect was higher than the Elders and was almost equal to the sect master. Of course, as a guardian, he had to obey the sect master's orders. Moreover, the sect master would give him the corresponding respect. Then, the sect master summoned the other elders for a meeting. A sect, even if it was just an unranked sect, had nearly 1,000 people turned into dried corpses. It was definitely not a small matter and must be taken seriously. Firstly, the Azura sect was now the strongest sect in Tai Luo City. It had replaced the heavenly Luo sect and became the ruler. Naturally, the safety of Tai Luo City was closely related to the Azura sect. Secondly, a sect was annihilated without anyone noticing. Nearly 1,000 people had their life force sucked away and turned into dried corpses. Who did it? They must investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, the Azura sect would be in the same danger. Guardian Lin was a 4-star battle prowess expert, and his speed was extremely fast. It didn't take long for him to travel from the Azura sect to the Azure Light Gate to investigate and then return. A group of people waited here. Guardian Lin's speed was very fast. He was also good at speed. Compared to other 4-star battle prowess guardians, he was several times faster. His figure swept across the sky like a bolt of lightning and flew towards the Azure Light Gate. Not long after, Guardian Lin arrived above the Azure Light Gate. Immediately, he felt a thick aura of death permeating the air, as if it was a land of death. Guardian Lin landed and swept his gaze across the area. His face instantly changed. Dried corpses. All of them were dried corpses. There were nearly 1,000 of them. Upon closer inspection, the faces of these dried corpses were filled with pain and fear. It was obvious that they had suffered great pain before they died. Moreover, they couldn't resist the pain at all. That was why they were so terrified. Shortly after, Guardian Lin's gaze fell on a corpse on the ground. His gaze fell on the head of the corpse. There were 5 finger marks, slightly black. The finger marks looked very big and long. They were even bigger and longer than the finger marks of a normal person. It was as if they were scratched by the fingers of a small giant. The remaining aura was extremely cold and domineering. It was extremely shocking. Guardian Lin bent down and gently ran his finger across the faint black finger marks. His expression changed drastically. It was as if he was stung by the tail of a scorpion. He immediately retracted his finger. What a terrifying power! Guardian Lin was inwardly shocked. Of course, this remnant aura couldn't hurt him. However, that power made Guardian Lin feel that was very, very frightening. This was a difference in nature. What was the thing that left this power behind? A human? Vaguely, Guardian Lin felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. In an instant, Guardian Lin grabbed the dried corpse and kept it in his storage ring. Then he exploded with all his speed and flew towards the Azura sect like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 1804. At the place where Chun Zong and Rakshasa King were fighting, the black light had expanded to a diameter of 3 meters. More and more black aura was emerging, emitting a cold, sinister, and domineering wave of energy. It covered a radius of 1,000 meters and became denser and denser. Furthermore, the darkness continued to spread in all directions. It was as if it was slowly dyeing the surroundings and forming a ghost-like world. From the expanding black light portal, more ghostly claws reached out. Soon after, ghostly figures appeared. 1, 2, 3. More and more figures stepped out of the door of black light and appeared in the darkness of 1,000 meters. In the Shura sect main hall, Guardian Lin appeared. He took out the dried corpse from his storage ring and placed it on the ground. The sect master and a group of elders came over to examine it carefully. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Why do I feel that this energy is a little familiar, as if I've felt it before? The third elder frowned slightly and muttered. Among the elders, he was the most sensitive to auras. In fact, he was even more sensitive than some half-step great sage experts. After hearing the third elder's words, everyone began to recall. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that they had felt this energy somewhere before. In an instant, a light flashed, and the sect master's expression changed slightly. Rakshasa King. When the sect master uttered these 3 words, the elders and Guardian Lin's expressions changed drastically. Not long ago, the Rakshasa King had come and directly displayed a terrifying power to destroy the Shura sect's great encirclement formation. If the other party's target had not been Grand Elder Chinshio, they would have been completely slaughtered. The residual energy on the finger mark was somewhat similar to the cold energy that Rakshasa King had displayed that day. Quick, identify Grand Elder Chinshio. The sect master's thoughts turned. He vaguely felt that this matter was far from reassuring. Perhaps it was beyond the scope of what he could handle. The person who killed Rakshasa King that day was Grand Elder Chinshio. If he came over to identify it, he would know whether this residual energy belonged to Rakshasa King. If it did, it meant that Rakshasa King was not dead. If it did not, it might be someone related to Rakshasa King who could threaten the Shura sect. The current Shura gate seemed to be very strong and was the overlord of Grand Luo City. However, after experiencing several crises, everyone understood that the Shura gate was still not strong enough. Other than Grand Elder Chinshio, there were no other 7-star or 8-star powerhouses. So much so that now, whenever there was a major crisis, Grand Elder Chinshio had no choice but to take action. The Great Elder entered the Azura mystic realm and sent a message to Chinshio Tai, suspected to be the Rakshasa King's aura. Chinshio, who had just finished practicing the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique, was waving the Nirvana evil sword to practice his swordsmanship when he suddenly received a message from the Great Elder. He was slightly stunned. Of course, the Rakshasa king had been split in half by the original body's sword. The sword chi had completely destroyed the vitality of the Rakshasa king. It was no luck at all. The Rakshasa king should have been completely dead. On this point, Chun Xiu was very confident. Then, did he discover the aura of power left behind by the Rakshasa king? Was it left behind before or after he was killed by the main body? If it had happened before, it would have been normal. However, if it had happened after, it meant that the matter was very serious. Either the Rakshasa king had come back to life, or someone related to the Rakshasa king had appeared. No matter what, he had to take a look to be sure. Without hesitation, Chun Xiu sheathed the Nirvana evil sword and stepped out of the Azura mystic realm, arriving at the main hall of the Azura sect. Greetings, Grand Elder Chun Xiu. The sect master, the elders, and Guardian Lin all bowed to Chun Xiu. No need for formalities. Chun Xiu replied and stared at the dried corpse. His sharp senses extended to the black finger mark on the corpse's head. Then, his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Indeed, the aura of this power was very similar to the Rakshasa king's. Moreover, it was the Rakshasa king after he had transformed into the purgatory ghost divine body. However, Chun Xiu could determine the strength of the remnant aura. It was not as strong as the Rakshasa king after he had transformed. At most, it was at the level of a 3-star or 4-star. Chun Xiu's finger touched the finger mark and carefully analyzed and sensed it. 4-star. The owner of the remnant aura had the combat power of a 4-star. This was the conclusion Chun Xiu came to after careful observation. However, this kind of power was very high-end and very terrifying. It was more terrifying than most of the half-step great saints. Therefore, even if the other party had the combat power of a 4-star, it was estimated that even a 5-star would not be able to kill him. Who was it? Could it be the Rakshasa king's accomplice? Chun Xiu was already sure that this was not left by the Rakshasa king. Although it was very similar, there was a slight difference. This difference was like a personal brand. Without sharp senses, it would be impossible to tell. A cold light flashed in Chun Xiu's eyes as he immediately asked, "Where did you find this?" The Azure Light sect. The sect leader immediately replied, "Activate the formation first," Chun Xiu ordered. "Inform the other guardians and grand elders to guard the gate." After saying that, Chun Xiu immediately moved and quickly went outside. The appearance of this kind of power reminded Chun Xiu of the Rakshasa king. It was very terrifying. If it were not for the combination of his true body and his doppelganger, and the fact that his true body broke through at the critical moment and created the 6th level of the Tai Chu sword origin technique and found the right method, it would be impossible to defeat and kill the Rakshasa king. If someone like the Rakshasa king appeared, it would not be a good thing. Moreover, it could devour vitality, which was undoubtedly more terrifying. In an instant, Chun Xiu disappeared. Even Guardian Lin, who had the combat power of a 4-star, did not know how Chun Xiu left. He was shocked and even more shocked. Grand Elder Chun Xiu's strength seemed to be even more terrifying. Unfathomable. With super high comprehension ability, the super high inheritance of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique, and the assistance of the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl, as long as he cultivated, he would be improving at every moment. Now, more than a year had passed since he killed the Rakshasa king. Chun Xiu had been working hard in his cultivation, and his strength had naturally increased by a lot. Like a bolt of lightning, he flew across the void. Very quickly, Chun Xiu arrived at the Azure Light sect. After a round of inspection, Chun Xiu's face became more and more serious. Vitality was devoured, and it was completely devoured. The meaning behind this was undoubtedly very terrifying. Who did it? What was the purpose of devouring vitality? Investigate. He had to find out. He had a feeling that this matter was related to the Rakshasa king. If that was the case, he could not stay out of it no matter what. He had to find out. Suddenly, Chun Xiu's heart shook, and he once again turned into a ray of light and flew toward the place where the battle took place. There was no reason, it was purely a feeling that drove him. In the air, a cold and domineering aura gradually filled the air, causing Chun Xiu's expression to gradually become serious. More than a year had passed since the battle with the Rakshasa King. Even if there were remnants of the aura, it should have dissipated by now. It was impossible for him to still be able to feel it from so far away. Moreover, this feeling seemed to be spreading all over his body. Suddenly, Chun Xiu stopped. He saw a patch of darkness shrouding the land from afar. He was sure that it was the place where he and his original body had fought the Rakshasa King. However, it was shrouded in darkness that covered an area of several thousand meters. That darkness was filled with an extremely strong, cold, and domineering aura. It was extremely terrifying. Even with Chun Xiu's powerful combat strength, he could not help but feel serious. Especially in that patch of darkness. With Chun Xiu's sharp senses, he could vaguely feel that it contained extremely terrifying danger and crisis. However, he could not tell what kind of vitality it was. Chun Xiu did not continue to move forward, nor did he rush directly into the darkness. After all, the darkness was strange no matter how he looked at it. It was not a trivial matter. His combat strength was indeed stronger, but even a Great Sage Realm expert had the possibility of dying, let alone a half-step Great Sage Realm expert. Observe. Chun Xiu did not leave. Instead, he hid and observed. This observation lasted for half a day, but Chun Xiu was not the least bit impatient. After half a day, there was finally movement in the darkness. Figures quickly stepped out of the darkness. Immediately, Chun Xiu's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Figures that were completely black and more than 2 meters tall appeared in front of him. A spiral horn, a terrifying body full of strength and vigor, red lines that burned like flames, a cold and domineering aura fluctuation, and eyes that looked extremely evil. All of these incomparably indicated that the other party was similar to the Rakshasa King after he transformed into the purgatory ghost divine body. Moreover, it was completely unexpected. There was not just one, but many of them. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of them. These devil-like existences looked almost exactly the same in appearance. It was difficult to tell who was who. However, Chun Xiu also keenly noticed that the horns on the foreheads of these figures were different from the purgatory ghost divine body after the Rakshasa King transformed. After the spiral horn on the forehead of the Rakshasa King transformed into the purgatory ghost divine body, there was a blade. However, the horns of these hundreds of figures were only spirals and had blades. What did this difference mean? Or what did it symbolize? Chun Xiu also noticed that the aura fluctuations emitted by the hundreds of figures varied in strength. The weak ones were about the level of a 4-star half-step great saint, while the strong ones could reach the level of a 5-star. However, compared to the 9-star level of the Rakshasa King after the Rakshasa King transformed, they were far inferior. Could it be that this was a race? There were many races in the void of the universe, such as the Earth Demon clan that he had fought and slaughtered before. Then, it was not surprising that other races would appear here. What made Chun Xiu focus on was what kind of race was this? Moreover, where did they come from? Looking at the aura fluctuations emitted by this race, Chun Xiu could conclude that they were not good people. Their arrival would absolutely not benefit the highest mystery realm. On the contrary, it would only bring disaster to the highest mystery realm. Thinking about the Green Light sect, Chun Xiu could conclude that the life of the Green Light sect was completely devoured by these races. Evil. Very evil. Chapter 1805. More than 100 black demon-like figures split into 4 groups and quickly left. Chun Xiu continued to observe for a while, then decided to leave this place and return to the Shura Gate to inform others of this matter. He would try his best to inform the other forces and spread the news so that they could make preparations. Just as Chun Zong moved, a black streak of light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. It carried an incomparably terrifying power and seemed to pierce through the sky like a hot knife through butter. It also emitted a sharp and ferocious sound. The speed of this black streak of light was much faster than the speed of sound. However, the sharp sound came along with the impact, causing one's mind to be in turmoil. Even one's spiritual will was severely impacted. If it was light, one would feel dizzy, and if it was heavy, one's will would collapse. Such a sharp and ferocious sound accompanied by a terrifying and all-shattering attack made Chun Xiu's expression turn solemn. Moreover, how was he discovered? The speed was extremely fast and merciless. However, although the speed of this attack was fast and carried with it a terrifying and sharp sound that impacted one's spiritual will, Chun Xiu's figure shifted slightly and dodged it directly. Boom! That black lightning carried with it a terrifying and sharp sound. It did not hit Chun Xiu, but pierced through a large mountain rock and shattered it. It was extremely terrifying. The aura was cold and gloomy, yet scorching and domineering. It was the energy fluctuation of Rakshasa King after he displayed the purgatory ghost divine body. However, it was not as strong as Rakshasa King's, but seemed to be pure. In that case, if it was not as strong as Rakshasa King, there was no need to worry. In an instant, a black figure shot out from the area, shrouded in darkness like a bolt of lightning. It crossed the sky in an instant, bringing with it a terrifying dark aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was cold and domineering to the extreme. It madly attacked, and a terrifying sound reverberated in the void. It was like a frenzied tsunami that swept over violently. It was a great momentum. Chun Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately caught a clear glimpse of a figure flying across the sky with an incomparable murderous intent. This person looked almost identical to the Rakshasa King after he transformed. That was because a blade extended from the spiral of his horn. The blade was extremely cold and terrifying. Moreover, this person held a black spear in his hand that was made from an unknown bone. The aura it exuded was also very terrifying. The attack that pierced through the sky just now was from the black spear in his hand. This person's aura had reached the level of a 7-star elite. According to Chun Xiu's experience in fighting Rakshasa King, it was impossible to defeat this person without an 8-star combat strength. However, his combat strength was not as simple as an 8-star. Since he had delivered himself to his doorstep, he might as well kill him. Without hesitation, Chun Xiu unsheathed his sword, and the Nirvana evil sword streaked across the sky. The blade tore through the void and stretched into a crescent arc. The edge of the blade was extremely sharp, tearing through everything and killing everything. It mercilessly attacked the demon-like figure. The devilish figure seemed to have said something, but Chun Xiu couldn't understand it. He only felt that the words were filled with thick malice and murderous intent. In an instant, the long spear shook, and a cold and domineering power rushed out like a flood, rushing into the long spear, following the strange patterns on the long spear, bursting out with an even more shocking aura. It pierced through the sky like a shooting star, and also like the moon falling and the stars sinking. In just an instant, an unparalleled and terrifying aura erupted, especially that cold and domineering power. It was very pure and had shocking destructive power. It was very high-end. Chun Xiu could conclude that the power level of most of the 8-star experts was not as high as this person in front of him. This was a kind of difference in essence, just like the difference in power between a low-end cultivation technique and a high-end cultivation technique. Even if two people were of the same level, the person who cultivated the high-end cultivation technique would be more powerful because there was an obvious difference in the power of the cultivation technique. However, the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique that Chun Xiu cultivated was a superb inheritance technique of the ancient Divine Fiend race in the void of the universe. Although he still didn't know what kind of existence the ancient Divine Fiend race was, it was definitely not weak. The quality of his Divine Fiend battle technique was purer and more brilliant than the other party's power. When the sword light and the spear shadow collided in an instant, an extremely shocking power exploded. Chun Xiu could feel that the other party's power was very terrifying. The cold and gloomy power was about to silently invade his body through the sword, and the domineering power was about to invade his spiritual ocean. Moreover, it was accompanied by a series of high-pitched and sharp sounds. However, Chun Xiu's Divine Fiend battle technique was even more powerful, and it directly resisted all of it. His superb Tao will and spiritual will also blocked the invasion of the external evil. On the other hand, the other party was pushed back by the sword, and his powerful body was trembling slightly. The power of the divine fiend battle technique was not weak at all. It directly went through the other party's long spear and destroyed its power, invading the other party's body and causing destruction. Although the other party's power was purer than the Rakshasa King's, in terms of power, it was still inferior. After all, the Rakshasa King's combat power after transformation was at the level of a 9-star. Since that was the case, of course, he couldn't resist Chun Xiu's divine fiend battle technique. It should be known that his divine fiend battle technique was much more powerful than when he fought the Rakshasa King more than a year ago. The divine fiend battle technique was extremely ferocious and violent. It specialized in destruction and destruction. No matter if it was the vitality of the body or the spiritual level, it would be affected and impacted. Therefore, this sword not only pushed the other party back, but it also injured him. Shocking. The demon-like person was extremely shocked. The attack just now was his full force attack. Not only was it blocked, but he was also injured. The power that invaded his body was wreaking havoc and destruction crazily. Even with his powerful body, he felt that it was difficult to resist for a moment. Retreat. He, who had grown up in the midst of life and death battles since young, did not hesitate and made a prompt decision to retreat. He had to return to the darkness and borrow its power to replenish his body. Only then could he resist the havoc and destruction of the power that invaded his body. However, how could Chun Xiu let him do as he wished? Since the other party was here, he would capture him first and interrogate him for information. His body was like lightning. In an instant, Chun Xiu blocked the other party's path of retreat and attacked with his sword. The difference in combat power made the other party helpless even if he had a powerful body. Moreover, he did not have the method of opening a door like the Rakshasa King to replenish his body anytime and anywhere. Perhaps it was because he did not know how to do so. This sword could not be avoided. It directly broke the other party's long spear and pierced through the other party's body. The divine fiend battle technique was like a surging tide. It surged endlessly in the other party's body and wreaked havoc. Immediately, the demon-like person uttered some words that Chun Xiu did not understand. It seemed to be shouting and threatening Chun Xiu. The words that followed seemed to become a curse. A chill rose from the depths of his soul and caused Chun Xiu's sense of danger to explode. His expression was cold, and he did not hesitate to slash horizontally with his sword. The head of the demon-like person was immediately cut off by the sword. Devour. Under Chun Xiu's mind, the Nirvana evil sword immediately released a suction force and quickly devoured the vitality of the strong body. The Nirvana evil sword was a sword of the evil path. When it was injured, it needed to devour vitality to recover. In the past, it could only devour the vitality of the void demon. Now that it had a closer relationship with Chun Xiu, it was more under Chun Xiu's control. Therefore, not only could it devour the vitality of the void demon, as long as it was vitality, it could devour it. Moreover, Chun Xiu was in charge. In other words, if Chun Xiu wanted it to devour vitality, it would devour it. If Chun Xiu did not allow it to devour vitality, it could not devour it. There would not be a situation where it devoured the vitality of the void demon as soon as it killed it. In an instant, the demon-like person's body became shriveled. The vitality of his body had been devoured by the Nirvana evil sword. Chun Xiu felt that it was a pity. He wanted to capture him alive. Fortunately, there were other people besides this one. Although he had devoured the other party's vitality, the sense of danger did not disappear. In an instant, a scarlet light immediately lit up on the sharp horn of the other party's head and shot out through the air. It was extremely fast. Chun Xiu did not have time to dodge. He could only swing his sword and pierce through it. However, there was still half of the scarlet light left. It went through the sword and shot directly between Chun Xiu's eyebrows and into his divine sea. He did not dare to stop and immediately flew into the distance. At the same time, he sank his consciousness into his divine sea. In his divine sea, a shadow appeared out of thin air. It looked exactly like the evil spirit from before. However, it looked a little broken, like a candle flickering in the wind. It seemed like it would be extinguished at any time. Spirit. This was the evil spirit's spirit. The other party had actually intruded his spirit into his divine sea. There was no doubt that his goal was to deal with him or even take over his body. The voice was extremely sharp and exploded in his divine sea. It seemed like it wanted to destroy his divine sea. Immediately, the evil spirit's shadow swept up a gust of cold wind and roared as it charged towards Chun Xiu's spirit. The spirit manifested and turned into Chun Xiu's appearance. Slash. The heavenly ferocious Tao will of the second level of the supreme realm condensed in an instant and turned into a long sword. In his divine sea, Chun Xiu's spirit and the evil spirit's spirit were engaged in a fierce battle. The degree of danger in a battle of the spirit was more than 10 times that of a battle of the body. If one was careless and was hit, one would immediately be injured and suffer heavy losses. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to recover. In serious cases, one spirit would collapse and become demented. From then on, one would become a vegetable. The other party's spirit was filled with a shocking cold and blazing aura. It seemed like it could freeze and burn everything. It was extremely terrifying. The spirit of a human cultivator of the same level could not be compared to it at all. However, Chun Xiu was different. In addition, Chun Xiu's heavenly ferocious Tao was a terrifying Tao will. It also had the ability to harm spirits. Especially in a battle of spirits, it was even more threatening. A fierce battle. Chun Xiu's sword technique was different from Chenzong's. It was not all-encompassing, but it had an extremely terrifying, murderous intent. Chapter 1806. The world of the divine sea seemed to be vast and boundless as two figures fought fiercely. The evil spirit's soul took out a long spear. The long spear was dark and suddenly pierced out, as if piercing through Chun Xiu's divine sea and soul. Heavenly fiend sword art, fiendish shadow. Chun Xiu's soul held a long sword condensed from the heavenly fiend Tao will. With a wave of his hand, the sword light instantly tore through the sky, leaving only an illusory shadow that did not dissipate for a long time. Although he attacked later, it reached first. This sword strike struck the other party first, piercing through the soul body. Instantly, the soul body became even fainter. Sword slaughter. Without mercy, Chun Xiu's second sword strike fell. This sword strike, the power of the heavenly fiend Tao will sword erupted. The evil spirit was astonishing, and it instantly broke the other party's long spear that pierced towards him and even cut the soul body apart. Kill, kill, kill. The sword light zigzagged like lightning, and in an instant, the evil spirit's soul body was completely torn apart. Victory! Immediately after the evil spirit's soul was shattered, it turned into specks of soul light that seemed to be attracted by a magnet and flew towards Chun Xiu's soul, being absorbed into it. Pieces of information and images also appeared in Chun Xiu's mind. The dark land stretched out endlessly, and it was pitch black. In the distance, there were layers of ghostly figures. It was endlessly cold, gloomy, and silent. Everywhere was filled with the aura of death, and all life was extinguished. The sky was burning red, as if the sky was dyed with blood. It was strangely magnificent, so magnificent that it was dazzling, glaring, and shocking. Smoke rose from the ground into the sky, rolling and spreading. At first, it was black, but as it rushed into the sky, it was gradually dyed crimson and blood red. Gloomy, gloomy, blazing and domineering. An endless terrifying aura was spreading. Strong figures with spiral horns on their heads ran on the dark land. The two armies faced each other, tearing at each other with life and death. The terrifying charge of thousands of soldiers and horses caused many figures to fall in an instant, trampled and torn apart. Ghostly figures with blades extending from their spiral horns charged out in the sky, carrying with them an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. They were merciless and fearless of death as they launched an earth-shattering collision. Suddenly, two bolts of lightning tore through the air between the two armies, directly rushing through the two armies, tearing apart countless bodies and instantly colliding. It was as if it was earth-shattering. It was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. It was as if two stars collided and caused a big explosion. Circles of ripples spread out like rings of stars, spreading out in all directions. Rumble. An extremely frightening aura swiftly poured out in all directions along with the shocking scene of the earth collapsing and collapsing. That terrifying power directly tore apart the evil spirits in all directions, turning them into dust. Such might was terrifying to the extreme, shocking everyone and causing their hearts to palpitate. Soon after, the two figures collided countless times, causing the dark black ground to crumble and collapse. They instantly soared into the sky and continued to clash. Every time they collided, a terrifying power would erupt. Countless ripples spread out like exploding dark stars. Countless cracks seemed to appear in the void. Vaguely, one could see that they were the bodies of two extremely strong, evil spirits. They also had spiral blades on their foreheads, but they were slightly longer. The only difference was that their strong bodies were wearing different armors. Collision, tearing, and shattering. The scene disappeared. Chun Xiu felt as if he had traveled to another world and watched a war. However, Chun Xiu knew very well that he didn't see it with his own eyes. He only saw it after absorbing the evil spirit's soul. The evil spirit saw it with his own eyes and even participated in a great battle. Fragments of images and information were constantly absorbed by Chun Xiu. The more he absorbed, the more shocked he became. From these fragments of information, Chun Xiu also learned some things, which was the origin and race of the evil spirit. Purgatory ghost race. The environment where these evil spirits lived was very harsh. Once a human entered, they couldn't survive at all. Even a half-step great saint wouldn't be able to survive for long before they were contaminated. They would either die or lose their sense of self. But for the native race, that place was their hometown. Purgatory ghost race. The race of this kind of evil spirit was called the Purgatory ghost race. The Purgatory ghost race was a very tyrannical and terrifying race. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe them as a fighting race. This was because the Purgatory ghost race was born with a tyrannical physique and amazing strength, which was equivalent to the strength of a human transcendent realm expert. Think about it. When they were born, they had the strength of a human transcendent realm expert. Once they reached adolescence, they would have the strength of a saint realm expert. And when they reached adulthood, they would at least have the strength of a 1 to 3 star half-step great saint. If they cultivated, they would be further improved, resulting in a leap in life level and become a soldier-level ghost race. The symbol of this was the spiral horn on their forehead. Becoming a soldier-level ghost race was the first transformation of the Purgatory ghost race. Chun Xiu secretly compared the soldier-level ghost race. The soldier-level ghost race's combat strength was at least equivalent to a human 4-star, but they were stronger than an ordinary 4-star because the power they mastered was more profound. The second transformation of the Purgatory ghost race was when the spiral horn on their forehead grew a blade. They became a general-level ghost race, also known as the Purgatory Ghost General. Their physique was more tyrannical, and their strength was more powerful. The Purgatory Ghost General's horn had a mysterious power. The first power was to gather one's soul and consciousness and shoot it into the opponent's mind to start a soul battle. This was the last desperate method in a desperate situation. If they won, they would have the chance to devour the opponent's soul and occupy the opponent's body. If they lost, they would be devoured by the opponent. This method was extremely dangerous. The Ghost General would not do this unless they had no other choice. This was an innate ability of a low-rank Ghost General. In comparison, A low-rank Ghost General's combat strength was equivalent to a human 7-star. A mid-rank Ghost General's combat strength was equivalent to an 8-star. In addition to having the innate ability of a soul battle, they also had the innate ability of shooting out the light of annihilation with their horn, which directly attacked the opponent's mind and consciousness. It was extremely terrifying. As for an upper-rank Ghost General, whose combat strength was equivalent to a 9-star, their innate ability was to form a soul battle body under the power of their horn. The soul battle body would have 100% of one strength for a short period of time, which could be used for the final battle. A powerful upper-rank Ghost General could even fight side by side with his body. Above the Ghost General was the Ghost King. The Ghost King's combat strength was extremely powerful, far surpassing that of an upper-rank Ghost General. Chun Xiu could not compare to the Purgatory Ghost King's combat strength at the moment, but it was definitely above the elite 9-star level. The Purgatory Ghoul, with an even longer spiral horn and armor, was none other than the Purgatory Ghoul King. In the image, the collision between the two Purgatory Ghost Kings was extremely terrifying and earth-shattering. That kind of power was countless times stronger than a 9-star's combat strength. It was impossible to predict. Furthermore, this Ghost General soul information also mentioned that only Ghost Kings of the Purgatory Ghost race could open small Purgatory Ghost gates to replenish their energy and recover from injuries. Obviously, the Purgatory Ghost Divine Body that the Rakshasa King transformed into was not at the Ghost King level. It was only at the upper-rank Ghost General level, but it did not have the innate ability of an upper-rank Ghost General. However, it could open small Purgatory Ghost gates to replenish its own energy and recover from injuries. It was very strange. What was even stranger was that from the Rakshasa King's memory, the Purgatory Ghost race did not have any cultivation techniques. They were equivalent to transcendence at birth, saints at youth, and half-step great saints at adulthood. Their transformation and improvement did not rely on cultivation techniques, but on continuous battles and constantly devouring the vitality of their opponents to improve themselves. Their power was innate. However, Chun Xiu was sure that the Rakshasa King cultivated some kind of cultivation technique to master such power. It was because of this that he felt strange and shocked. What kind of cultivation technique was that? It was so terrifying that it could allow one to cultivate and master such terrifying power, and finally transform into a Purgatory Ghost. There was no answer. There was no answer in the Purgatory Ghost General's soul memory. Moreover, in the Ghost General's memory, there was no mention of the Purgatory Ghost Divine Body, because there was an even higher level above the Ghost King level, the Ghost Divine Body. Purgatory Ghost Divine Body. That was the true master of the Purgatory Ghost Realm. It was like a mysterious dragon that one could only look up to. There was too little information to deduce, so Chun Xiu could only put aside for now. There were many memories in the broken soul of the Purgatory Ghost General. In addition to the information about the Purgatory Ghost race, there was also information about the Ghost race's language, which was all absorbed by Chun Xiu. In other words, as long as Chun Xiu spent some time learning, he would be able to master the language of the Purgatory Ghost race and understand what they were saying. The Purgatory Ghost General probably didn't expect that he would fail so thoroughly in the soul duel. Not only did he not obtain anything, but he also gave away more information about the Purgatory Ghost race. From the Ghost General's memory, Chun Xiu knew that the one who came was only the vanguard. There were a total of 36 divisions in the Purgatory Ghost Realm. Each division had at least 2 Ghost King-level powerhouses overseeing it, as well as many Ghost Generals and so on. This time, it was the Ghost Forest Division that opened the Purgatory Ghost Gate and led directly to the highest mystery realm. The vanguard arrived first to scout the situation, and the rest of the army set off. The Ghost Race Army in the image was incomparably terrifying. It should be known that the soldiers of the Purgatory Ghost Race Army were at least low-rank Ghost soldiers, which was equivalent to 4-star battle strength. The Ghost Force Division alone had more than 100,000 Ghost soldiers. If they stepped into the highest mystery realm, it would definitely cause a terrible disaster. He had to stop it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the entire Grand Luo city was plunged into misery and suffering, turning into a dead zone. Time was of the essence. Chun Xiu made a prompt decision and flew at full speed in the direction of Azura's Gate. Along the way, Chun Xiu didn't find any traces of the Ghost Race Vanguard. He didn't know where they had gone, but he didn't go looking for them. Instead, he returned to Azura's Gate first. The moment he returned to Azura's Gate, Chun Xiu gathered all the higher-ups and explained everything he knew to the best of his ability. In an instant, everyone's face sank, their hearts heavy. Purgatory Ghost Race. Chapter 1807. Chunzong, who was cultivating in seclusion in the Thousand King Mountain of the Eternal Battle Fort, knew nothing about what was happening in Tai Luo City of the Ultimate Mystery World. Calculating the time in the Eternal Battle Fort, he had been cultivating in seclusion for almost a month. At every moment, Chunzong could feel that he was improving, and he was progressing rapidly. When Chunzong opened his eyes, an extremely sharp light suddenly flickered. Vaguely, black and white colors rotated in his eyes. In an instant, an extremely sharp light cut through the middle of his eyes. The black and white were clearly distinguished, rising and sinking. It was as if the sword had split the world. At that moment, the sharpness that burst forth was extremely frightening. Even the void under his eyes seemed to be directly torn apart. An extremely powerful aura arose from Chunzong's body. The black and white aura spread and swirled like a real dragon or a divine wheel that could split the sky. The mysteries of the world and yin and yang filled the air. Unknowingly, the seventh level of the heaven and earth divine art had become more profound. However, there was still a big gap between him and the eighth level. Even now, Chunzong had not comprehended the mysteries of the eighth level. Move! He did not enter the void realm, but the heaven and earth battle tower. There were 12 levels in the heaven and earth battle tower. When his consciousness returned to his body last time, he had already passed the 11th level and stepped into the 12th. However, the opponent on the 12th level was extremely powerful. In that battle, he had been defeated and killed in less than 10 moves. This time, with a great increase in his combat strength, would he have a chance to pass the 12th level? He stepped into the heaven and earth battle tower and started from the first level. He broke through again and again like a hot knife through butter. Every level was the same as the one he had passed before. None of them were his match. He passed them easily. Even if it was an opponent on the 11th level, he would still be easily defeated by him. This was the change brought about by the increase in his strength. The 12th level of the heaven and earth battle tower. When the opponent appeared, Chunzong was slightly stunned. It was a different person. The 12th level was different from the first 11 levels. The opponent was not determined by the heaven and earth battle tower, but an image clone left behind by the challenger. For example, if Chunzong passed the 12th level, he would leave behind an image clone to guard the 12th level and become the opponent of the challenger in the future. If he was defeated, the winner would leave behind an image clone to guard the 12th level. His opponent on the 12th level was called the Black Sky Spear Monarch. He was extremely powerful and defeated him in 10 moves. Chunzong had a deep impression of him. This time, other than challenging the tower, he wanted to defeat the Sky Spear Monarch's image clone. However, it was not the Sky Spear Monarch in front of him. "Hello, challenger. You can call me King Minkong." The young man in faint golden robes smiled at Chunzong. He looked just like a real person. If this was the outside world, Chunzong would have thought that the other party was the real King Minkong. Of course, that was not the case. This was just a projection created by the mysterious power of the heaven and earth battle tower. Although it was not a real person, it had all the power and martial arts of King Minkong. The difference between the original body and the original body was that the strength of the original body would increase, but the image doppelganger would not. At that time, the image doppelganger would remain as strong as it was. It would never become stronger or weaker. For example, the Black Sky Spear King who defeated Chunzong in the tower last time left behind an image doppelganger. His current strength was definitely much stronger than when he left behind an image doppelganger. However, since this Bright Sky King could defeat the image clone left behind by the Black Sky Spear King, his strength was definitely not weak. Come, defeat me, and you'll be able to pass the 12th level. You'll also leave behind an image clone to guard the 12th level. King Minkong opened his arms as if he was embracing the world. His tone became distant, and his expression became deep, as if he was intoxicated in some kind of concept. Of course, Chunzong wouldn't stand on ceremony. Step forward. The moment his right foot landed, there seemed to be circles of ripples that spread out like ripples in water. At the same time, a surge of power rushed to the sole of his foot, causing Chunzong's body to become illusory in an instant. It was as if he was constantly stretching and lengthening. Fast, extremely fast. In just an instant, Chunzong turned into a shadow and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he traversed hundreds of meters. The Tianyuan sword was unsheathed, and a black sword light with a white glow appeared. It had an unparalleled sharpness and dominance, directly tearing the void apart. Minkong Wang was slightly taken aback. Chun Zonghui's attack was within his expectations. However, the speed was so fast, and the power was so strong. The sharpness of the sword pierced through the void, as if it was going to tear him apart. This made him extremely shocked. This aura was clearly more powerful than the Black Sky Spear King who was guarding the 12th level. This was a strong opponent. In that case, what he had to do was to defeat him and guard the 12th level so that he wouldn't be able to pass. This was the belief and responsibility of every person who left behind an image clone to guard the 12th level. With a solemn expression, King Minkong clenched his right fist tightly. His knuckles protruded slightly as he suddenly punched out. The fist force was extremely terrifying. It instantly shattered the space under his fist, forming a vacuum spiral. It pierced through like a sharp cone and blasted towards Chunzong. The moment the fist force collided with the sword light, Chunzong immediately felt that his opponent's fist force carried an extremely terrifying penetrative force. It seemed to be able to pierce through everything. This person's heaven and earth divine art had at least reached the 7th level and had derived its own unique power. Fight! The second sword attack followed. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes, 9 consecutive swords. The angle of each sword attack was extremely precise, and each sword attack carried an astonishing change. He had raised his skill to the extreme. In an instant, they all attacked different parts of King Minkong's body. Good timing. King Minkong let out a low roar. He seemed to have a smile on his face. His 10 fingers moved rhythmically, bursting forth with astonishing power that pierced through the air, causing the surroundings to shake endlessly. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes was instantly blocked by his opponent's 10 consecutive finger flicks. Chunzong could see that his opponent's 10 consecutive finger flicks also contained the mystery of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Obviously, his opponent had also cultivated the fundamental martial arts of the heaven and earth divine art to the perfection stage. Furthermore, he had extracted the essence of the perfection stage and integrated it into his own fundamental martial arts foundation. The sword light and the finger force clashed repeatedly, bursting out countless sparks and ripples. Now, he could also do the same. He had integrated the fundamental martial arts of the heaven and earth divine art into his own swordsmanship. Every sword attack contained the mystery and power of the fundamental martial arts. It was as if he had turned the fundamental martial arts of the heaven and earth divine art into his own fundamental martial arts. At his fingertips, it was a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged hundreds of moves. No one could do anything to the other. Chunzong was completely certain that King Minkong's strength was indeed much stronger than that of the Black Sky Spear King. If the opponent he had met last time had been King Minkong's current strength, he would definitely have been defeated in 3 or even 1 move. However, it was not impossible for him to defeat his opponent now. After exchanging hundreds of moves, both Chunzong and King Minkong knew one thing. In fact, Both of them had not shown their true strength. Now, it was just a basic confrontation, a probing confrontation. Even though they had used all of their strength, they had not performed those superb and powerful abstruse martial arts. Both Chen Zong and King Mingkong had already mastered the 4 fundamental martial arts of the heaven and earth divine art. They had also cultivated many other advanced martial arts. Moreover, they had mastered the fundamental martial arts to the perfection stage and had completely broken them into pieces to make them their own. However, different people would have different ways of combining the fundamental martial arts after they had mastered it. Each of them had their own style and mysteries. Fighting with others was also a process of increasing one's knowledge, learning the mysteries, and training oneself. Mingkong Wang's fist was his weapon. He wore a half-finger glove on his hand. It looked like it was made of metal, but it was very flexible. It wasn't an ordinary metal, but it contained a terrifying power. Even the Tianyuan sword, a peerless weapon, couldn't cut it. It was also a superb martial arts weapon. Now, have a taste of my King Mingkong fist. King Mingkong's expression suddenly changed. It became cold and solemn. His eyes also became cold and sharp. In the coldness, there seemed to be emptiness in his eyes. It was as if he could see through all mysteries. Boom! He threw out a punch. The fist force became clear in an instant. It was as if it had shattered the void and turned it into a vacuum. The fist force rushed forward. It looked no different from the previous punch. However, at the moment of contact, Chen Zong knew that there was a big difference. The vacuum fist force seemed to ignore his sword. It went through the sword and destroyed his arm and body. Yin-yang, true force of heaven and earth. In an instant, Chen Zong immediately mobilized his own strength. It surged forward like the waves of a river to resist the vacuum fist force of his opponent. It was immediately absorbed and crushed, dissolving into nothingness. At the same time, Chen Zong also counterattacked with his sword. Heaven and earth sword attack. The light and powerful sword seemed to be a combination of hardness and softness. The speed of the sword was astonishing. Its power was strong and domineering. It directly shattered the sky and attacked King Mingkong. King Mingkong's expression was solemn. However, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He had no intention of dodging. Instead, he threw out a punch. It was still the King Mingkong fist, but the mystery was different. In an instant, the vacuum fist force collided with Chen Zong's sword attack of heaven and earth. An extremely shocking power burst forth. However, Chen Zong's expression changed slightly. The moment his opponent's vacuum fist force was blocked and shattered, a second fist force immediately appeared. It seemed to be 10% stronger than the first. The moment his power surged and blocked and shattered the second fist force, the third fist force also burst forth. It was also 10% stronger than the second fist force. Third level fist force. The third fist force was even more powerful. It rushed forward and penetrated the sword. However, Chen Zong's wrist shook and the sword body suddenly trembled, emitting a violent buzzing sound. The yin and yang, great, true energy of heaven and earth was like a torrent bursting a dam, surging forward violently, instantly blocking the attack of the third layer of fist energy and even dissolving it. Hard, intense sword style, heartbeat. In an instant, the sword turned into a stream of light and shot out at an astonishing speed. It traversed the sky like a meteor chasing after the moon. It was so fast that King Mingkong was shocked. Chapter 1808. I'm going out for a drink. I wonder if I'll be knocked out by someone with such a low alcohol tolerance. This time, after close to a month of closed-door training, Chen Zong had successfully integrated the Heart Sword Tao well into the secrets of the heaven and earth lineage. He had completely demonstrated the profundity and power of the sword intent current. The bright Void King, who had been through hundreds of battles, subconsciously exploded. His figure flashed in an instant, leaving behind a lifelike, illusory body. The illusory body then punched out using the bright void fist. However, the illusory body was not the real body. The Mingkong fist was only the basics and did not have many fist forces. Mingkong Wang's real body flashed and dodged Qinzong's attack. Then he clenched his fists and punched out several vacuum fist forces. They were like meteorites crashing toward Qinzong. Yin-yang sword wheel. Under the sword, black and white were separated. Heaven and earth merged, and yin and yang rotated. All the terrifying vacuum fist forces bombarded the yin-yang sword wheel. However, they were completely blocked by the yin-yang sword wheel and could not be broken. Mingkong fist. Mountain break. The vacuum fist force that was like a broken meteorite was only a prelude, a cover. The real attack was released in an instant. Like the eruption of an ancient volcano, the extremely terrifying fist forces permeated Mingkong Wang's right fist. It was suffused with a layer of dazzling brilliance. As Mingkong Wang punched out, it burst forth with unparalleled power. This punch seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. Boom! Mingkong Wang's right fist directly hit the yin-yang sword wheel. However, Qinzong realized that this time, the yin-yang sword will seem to be unable to guide the power within to rotate and counterattack. This was because the power contained in the punch was extremely condensed and had exceeded the level that the yin-yang sword wheel could weaken and guide. However, the greatest profundity of the yin-yang sword wheel was not to guide the counterattack. That was just a side effect. The true profundity was defense. The power of this punch was immediately blocked by the yin-yang sword wheel. In just an instant, a strange change occurred. Layers of vacuum fist forces with astonishing penetrating power continuously penetrated the yin-yang sword wheel's defense and attacked Qinzong. The defense of the yin-yang sword wheel was amazing, but the vacuum fist force won in its penetrative power, as if it could penetrate all attacks. Qinzong was secretly shocked by Mingkong Wang's vacuum fist force. At the same time, Mingkong Wang was also secretly shocked by his opponent's defense, which made it so difficult for his vacuum fist force to penetrate it. The direct destructive power of the clear void fist vacuum fist force was not that strong. Its mystery lay in its penetrative ability and the impact of multiple forces. Previously, the Black Sky Spear King was defeated and killed in this way. This kind of penetrative and multi-layered fist force was quite effective against opponents with astonishing defensive power. But now it was actually blocked. Although it continued to penetrate, it was extremely difficult and obscure. Moreover, the speed at which the fist force was being worn down was astonishing. Based on this situation, this punch of his might not be able to completely penetrate the other party's defense. Even if it could, by the time it did, it would probably be too exhausting to deal any damage to the other party. Qinzong, on the other hand, didn't just focus on defense. That was just a means to better counterattack. Then, he would use the other party to test the new sword move that he had created after a month of seclusion. In an instant, the black and white of his eyes were perfectly round, as if a divine wheel was rotating in his eyes. It was as if the white and black of his eyes were mixed together. Heaven and earth were merged, and yin and yang were in chaos. An indescribable mystery was born spontaneously. But in an instant, a divine light, like the primordial sword light that could tear apart heaven and earth, suddenly slashed horizontally, as if tearing his eyes apart. Black sank and turned into the earth. White rose and turned into the sky. That primordial sword light interpreted the endless mysteries of yin and yang. The third move of the yin-yang sword wheel. Yin-yang slice heaven and earth. Qinzong's sword also slashed horizontally in an instant. The yin-yang sword wheel paused. In an instant, white rose and black sank. Heaven and earth were split into two. The yin-yang sword light was endless and incomparably sharp. Unlike the yin-yang sword wheel and the reversal of heaven and earth, the third move, yin-yang slice heaven and earth, was a pure offensive ultimate move. When the sword was unleashed, it was like the radiance of yin and yang, cutting through heaven and earth. It integrated into the sword's sharpness, and also interpreted and pushed the sword's sharpness to the extreme. When the sword was unleashed, heaven and earth were cut apart. Walls could block it. The mysteries of yin and yang turned into endless sharpness. Chunzong's counterattack was too fast. Moreover, the mysteries of this sword were endless. Yin and yang mixed in all directions, making it impossible to dodge. This was because no matter where he dodged, he always had the feeling that he would have to face this sword. It was as if the yin and yang in the surroundings had been reversed, affecting heaven and earth, time and space. Minkong Wang could not dodge. When the thought of dodging arose in his mind, he felt that everything around him had become chaotic. For a moment, he felt as if he could not distinguish between north and south. It was as if everything was in chaos. This was the mystery of this sword. It was also because Minkong Wang was not strong enough. There was no absolute perfection in everything in the world. Everything was relative. If one was not strong enough, one would not be able to find the opponent's weakness. Therefore, in Minkong Wang's eyes, Chunzong's sword was perfect. It cannot be dodged. Even if it was an illusion, it could not be dodged. Then there was no way to dodge. He could only resist. Explode. The state of freedom. All of his power exploded. The vacuum fist force was like a torrential wave. It surged and surged in all directions. It swept across wantonly, overlapping one another endlessly. Rumbling sounds continuously came from Minkong Wang's body. The tyrannical power also surged. It went straight through his arms and into his fists. Bright light shone brightly. Both fists carried all of his power and exploded. It also pushed the power of Minkong Wang to the extreme. It was as if two small suns were rising. The vacuum fist force came one after another. It kept surging and condensing on the fists. Minkong Wang's expression was solemn. The veins on his forehead bulged. Originally, the multiple fist forces should be blasted out one by one. However, Minkong Wang felt that it would be impossible to block the opponent's sword in this way. Therefore, he kept accumulating and compressing the multiple fist forces on the surface of his fists. When it reached the limit, it would explode. This way, he could release the most powerful attack in an instant. Minkong Wang. Mixed elements. This was Minkong Wang's most powerful attack. It was also the attack with the greatest burden. In a short period of time, he could only perform it once. Otherwise, his muscles and bones would be damaged and his organs would be injured. Boom! Minkong Wang blasted out his most powerful punch. He wanted to shatter Chunzong's sword. However, how mysterious was yin-yang splitting heaven and earth? In an instant, the yin-yang sword light and the mixed elements vacuum fist force came into contact. As yin and yang were reversed, the terrifying power contained in the mixed elements vacuum fist force was stealthily diverted. It could not attack directly and could not fully unleash its power. The sword light tore apart. The fist force seemed to have been sliced apart. The Tianyuan sword also hit Minkong Wang's glove in an instant. The shocking sword qi passed through the weapon and rushed into his arm. It was as if it was going to tear his arm apart. Hard, intense sword style, heart-stirring. Before Minkong Wang could react, Chunzong's wrist shook after his sword cut. The sword light was like a snake coming out of its hole. It was as fast as lightning and silently pierced through the air. Sheath the sword. Sheath. Minkong Wang's forehead was instantly pierced, leaving a sword hole. However, no blood flowed out. This was because Minkong Wang was not the real Minkong Wang. It was just an image clone. However, even if it was just an image clone, it would still be injured and affected. You win. The sword hole between Minkong Wang's eyebrows disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. Then, his body quickly faded and disappeared. A smile appeared on Chunzong's face. He won. He had passed the 12th level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower, which was also the last level. After passing this level, he would obtain 3 million battle points and an additional reward. But what was the additional reward? In an instant, the additional reward appeared. It was the last 3 levels of the Heavenly Spirit Illusory Body / In this way, Chunzong obtained all the Heavenly Spirit Illusory Body / A ray of light descended and enveloped Chunzong's entire body. It was a very strange feeling. Then, another ray of light descended in front of Chunzong. When the light dissipated, a figure appeared in front of Chunzong. It was turning from illusory to solid. The other Qinzong was exactly the same, whether it was his appearance, figure, aura, or even the Tian Yuan sword at his waist. From now on, I will guard this place, the new Qinzong said with a smile. Qinzong nodded. He knew that this was his image clone. It would guard the 12th level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. It would only disappear if it was defeated one day. Moreover, the image clone that he left behind had an additional responsibility and belief to guard. In the Thousand King Mountain, in the Mingkong Mountain, my image clone was defeated. A young and lively voice rang out, carrying a hint of surprise. Let me see. Who exactly defeated my image doppelganger? There was a benefit to leaving an image clone on the 12th level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. When someone came to challenge him, whether he won or lost, he would feel it and be able to see it. It was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. It was extremely clear and detailed. He could even replace the image clone and merge into it to experience the battle personally. To a certain extent, this was also a kind of training and accumulation. It was very beneficial to him. After Qinzong left the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower, he retrieved the Eternal Heaven and Earth token and quickly returned to the Thousand King Mountain. Mingkong King's Mingkong Fist had given him a lot of inspiration. Perhaps he could gain something from a little closed-door cultivation. However, before Qinzong went into closed-door cultivation, someone came to visit him. Mingkong King. Qinzong was slightly startled. The visitor was completely unexpected. Not long ago, he had defeated and replaced the image clone that Mingkong King had left in the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. Could it be that Mingkong King was here to cause trouble? His image clone was defeated, so his real body came to fight? Even so, Qinzong was not afraid. In fact, he was even a little excited. Tian Yuan, Sword King. Mingkong King smiled. There was no hostility at all. It was as if he was a guest. Do you like to drink? Mingkong King's words made Qinzong even more startled. I have a jar of good wine here. Let's taste and discuss. A jar of wine appeared in Mingkong King's hand. It seemed to be about 1 kilogram. Chapter 1809. Mingkong Wang really wasn't here to seek revenge. His goal was to get to know Qinzong and befriend him. Although that jar of wine only contained 2 caddies, it was very delicious. Moreover, the two of them each drank a caddy. With their cultivation bases, they began to feel a little lightheaded. If they drank another half a caddy, they would probably collapse. This made Qinzong even more surprised. Drinking, talking, discussing Tao. Qinzong talked about the Tao of Sword Tao, and Qinzong talked about the Tao of Fist Tao. Whether it was Sword Tao or Fist Tao, they were all martial arts and had something in common. Discussing and verifying each other was also a way to improve one's accumulation and foundation. This conversation lasted for almost an entire day before it ended. In addition to discussing Tao, they would also talk about other geniuses. For example, the strongest geniuses in the Heaven and Earth bloodline. There were a total of 3. Haotian Martial King, Heavenly Sword King, Extremist Saber King. These 3 people's winning streaks had exceeded 90 consecutive wins. They were veteran king-level geniuses in the Heaven and Earth bloodline and also the top king-level geniuses. Among them, Haotian Martial King was the strongest. His winning streak had reached 95 consecutive wins. Similarly, Haotian Martial King was also one of the 3 people with the highest winning streak among this generation of soldiers in the Eternal Battle Fort. The other 2 were Eternal Universe War King and Void Knight Dark King of the Void bloodline. Of course, in the entire Heaven and Earth bloodline, Haotian Martial King, Heavenly Sword King, and Extremist Saber King were not the only ones with a 90-win streak. It was just that their winning streaks were the highest. For example, Haotian Martial King had reached 95, while Heavenly Sword King and Extremist Saber King had both reached 93. In addition, there were 2 others. One was Earth War King with a 91-win streak, and the other was Thousand Moon Illusion King with a 90-win streak. In other words, there were 5 geniuses in the Heaven and Earth bloodline who had reached the top. The Void bloodline also had 5, while the eternal bloodline was a little stronger, with 6. I heard that after passing the 12th floor of the battle tower and reaching the top of the Void Realm, there will be changes. Minkong Wang had stayed here longer than Shenzong. In addition, he would sometimes go out to make friends with others and discuss Dao, so he was more well-informed. What kind of changes? Shenzong could not help but ask. I'm not sure either. We'll only know after we fulfill the 2 conditions. Minkong Wang smiled and said, I already have 89 consecutive victories. If I win another match, I will be able to reach the top. Originally, I did not have much confidence, but after this sparring session with you, I will go into seclusion for a period of time to consolidate what I have learned and improve further. Then I will have a greater chance of reaching the top. After sending King Minkong off, Chunzong returned to his cave abode and started thinking. He had passed the 12th level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Pagoda. However, Chunzong was not in a hurry. Instead, he went into seclusion for a while, digesting and absorbing what he had gained from the battle with King Minkong. This time, he did not stay in seclusion for long, only 3 days. After coming out of seclusion, Chunzong felt that he had reached the peak of the 7th stage of the Heaven and Earth art, which was the perfected stage. He also had some ideas about the 8th stage. He felt that even his Heaven and Earth spiritual body had improved. He was getting closer and closer to becoming a middle-grade spiritual body. However, it was not that easy to create the 8th stage in such a short time. Hence, Chunzong started to realize the last 3 stages of the Heaven Spirit Phantom Body Slash and cultivate them. Once he completely mastered them, he exchanged for the Earth Essence Collapsing Mountains follow-up and also succeeded in cultivating it. Void Realm. Chunzong entered the Void Realm once again. With his increased strength and 80 consecutive victories, he started a new battle. In the 81st battle, his opponent was a king-ranked martial artist who had also achieved 70 consecutive victories. Fight! In the Heaven and Earth art, there were many king-ranked martial artists who had achieved 70 consecutive victories. The result of this battle was naturally Chunzong's victory. What's more, he did not expend much energy. However, Chunzong still tried to recover his energy before fighting the next battle. Fight, fight, fight. The battle went on and on. He won consecutive battles and won consecutive victories without stopping. This time, Chunzong was aiming for 90 consecutive victories. If he could reach the top with 90 consecutive victories, he would become one of the most elite martial artists in the Eternal Battle Fort. 89 consecutive victories. In the 9 battles, the strongest martial artist was at the absolute Saber Sovereign's level. Naturally, he was not Chunzong's match. 90th battle. There were more than 50,000 people watching the battle. It could be said that most of the martial artists who had entered the Void Realm were gathered here. Among these people, there were many king-ranked martial artists. There were also many marquee martial artists. Of course, compared to those who had not obtained a title, the proportion of title martial artists was very small. It's the 90th battle. As long as he wins this battle, the Tianyuan Sword Sovereign will be able to reach the top. That may be the case, but the battle to reach the top is very difficult. His opponent must be someone who has already reached the top. I just don't know who it will be. Let's see how lucky he is. If he chooses one of the 3, he can only blame it on his bad luck. The rules of the Void Realm were as such. In this battle to reach the top, the opponent must be someone who had already reached the top. One would be chosen randomly. Of course, that person had to be present. If none of them were present, the Void Realm would randomly choose and send out a message, allowing the chosen person to enter the Void Realm to participate in the battle. If the chosen person was someone who had a lower winning streak, such as someone who had a 90 winning streak, he might be weaker and easier to defeat. Of course, being weaker was relative. Anyone who could reach the top with a 90 winning streak was very scary. However, if the chosen person was one of the 3 bloodlines with the highest winning streaks, he would be really unlucky. There was almost a 100% chance that he would lose. The winning streaks, after reaching the top, were different from the previous streaks. It was almost a gradual change. Hence, the winning streaks after reaching the top tested one's ability. However, Who would the Tianyuan Sword Sovereign's opponent be? 6 from the Eternal Bloodline, 5 for the Void Bloodline, 5 from the Heaven and Earth Bloodline. There were only 16 people who had reached the top. If the Tianyuan Sword Sovereign could win this battle, he would become the 17th person. However, could he win? Shenzong was also looking forward to seeing who his opponent would be. Then the surroundings began to change. From the original arena, it began to turn into a volcanic valley. The ground cracked, and countless streams of lava shone with a dazzling red light. Shockingly high temperatures spread, wreaking havoc in the air, as if burning everything. Shenzong only felt that he was surrounded by an endless flame aura. The hot aura was constantly drilling into his body from all directions. When this volcano valley appeared, someone let out a cry of surprise, as if they knew who was going to appear. Shenzong stared ahead. A door of light appeared. It was neither white nor black, but an indescribable color. The aura it exuded was endless and ancient, as if it was eternal. This was the door of eternity. The one who would come would be a top genius of the Eternal Bloodline. However, who would it be among the 6? Burn. Blazing flames spread out, swallowing and spitting out from the door of eternity. Immediately after, a figure stepped out from the gate of eternity. Flames spread out from his body, intertwining with the red light of the volcanic valley. Shockingly high temperatures continued to spread from this person's body, as if he had become the source of heat in the entire valley. This person was not very tall, and his appearance was also very ordinary. However, his eyes seemed to be burning with flames, containing an incomparably high temperature. When he stared at Shenzong, he felt as if his body had been ignited, as if a flame was about to burn from within. This feeling made Shenzong's heart sink slightly, and he became more and more serious. A formidable opponent. This was a formidable opponent with terrifying strength. King Eternal Flame, one of the 6 top geniuses of the Eternal Bloodline, with the highest winning streak of 91. Shenzong's luck was not very bad, but it was not very good either. He did not choose the one with a 90-win streak. However, whether it was an opponent with a 90-win streak or a 91-win streak, it did not hinder this battle. Then let's fight. Yin Yang, true force of heaven and earth. In an instant, Shenzong activated the 7th level of heaven and earth divine art to the extreme. This was a formidable opponent. If he did not use his full strength from the beginning, he might be suppressed by his opponent. Shenzong would not underestimate his opponent. He was a peerless genius, and he had achieved a 90-win streak to reach the top. There was no doubt that his strength was terrifying. Boom! The flames on King Eternal Flame's body, which were originally only slightly burning, suddenly became stronger, as if they had turned into a raging inferno. All the blazing aura in the valley was directly directed by him, becoming increasingly violent and blazing. In the next moment, King Eternal Flame attacked. He blasted out a palm, and the power of his palm was vigorous. Thick flames condensed on his palm, and with astonishing heat and terrifying power, it blasted out violently. That palm seemed to have pierced through the void, leaving a trail of flames behind. Shenzong drew his sword. The sword light was black, and it emitted a wisp of white light. It was extremely sharp. The sword light was extremely condensed and sharp. It directly pierced through the void and pierced through the opponent's flaming palm print. It was like a hot knife through butter as it charged forward. However, the flaming palm that was pierced through was also very powerful. It did not dissipate, and it still blasted towards Shenzong with astonishing power. The aura was scorching and violent, and as it rushed towards him, Shenzong felt like he was being burned to death. King Eternal Flame also felt that the opponent's sword was shockingly powerful, as if it could pierce through everything. Slash! The Tianyuan sword crisscrossed through the void, and as it moved horizontally, it immediately cut the flaming palm into several flat pieces that flew past him. After King Eternal Flame sent out a palm strike, and after shattering the sword light, he spread his arms. The flame aura in the entire valley seemed to have been activated in an instant and became even more violent, surging like a raging tide. The rumbling sound was extremely violent. Chapter 1810. The flaming palm print was 100 meters in size. It seemed to be constantly enlarging, covering the entire sky above the valley. The incomparably blazing aura was the first to descend. The berserk and blazing fire chi that was everywhere instantly pressed down from the sky and the ground from all directions. They surged towards Chunzong in an extremely berserk manner, attempting to pour into his body. He was rude and unreasonable, like he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. However, under the mysteries of the yin-yang true force of heaven and earth, all the raging fire chi that invaded his body was instantly resisted and dissolved into nothingness within the mysteries of the yin-yang true force. The way of yin-yang was the most mysterious way to dissolve power. This palm contained King Eternal Flame's terrifying power and martial arts attainments. It contained his essence, chi, and spirit, and there was no way to dodge it. Thus, he could only break it. This kind of martial arts that contained powerful beliefs and essence, chi, and spirit were the most difficult to dodge. Chunzong was not afraid. Instead, he was eager to try. Strike. Heaven and Earth Sword Strike. This sword was also infused with his own beliefs. A majestic and mighty sword light suddenly shot out, as if it had pierced through the sky. Immediately, Chunzong did not even look at the sword light piercing through the sky. His shoulders shook slightly, and he turned into a shadow, holding his sword and rushing toward King Eternal Flame. Boom! The sword light collided with the descending palm, instantly erupting with astonishing power. It was as if the heavens and earth were shaking, and the void was trembling endlessly. In an instant, the majestic sword light was shattered, but the flaming palm print still carried a terrifying power and continued to fall. However, half of the flaming palm print had been shattered, and its suppressive aura had also been broken by half. However, King Eternal Flame belonged to the eternal lineage, and his power was eternal. Therefore, the half of the flaming palm print that was shattered by the sword light did not completely disappear. Instead, it turned into flames and fell like the clouds in the sky. In the face of Chunzong's attack, King Eternal Flame's expression did not change. His face was serious, but the flames in his eyes seemed to burn even more fiercely. Burn! Burn everything! Boom! Blazing flames shot out from King Eternal Flame's eyes in an instant. The two beams of flame carried an extremely high temperature and burned the void to ashes. Chunzong was shocked. Shooting out flames from his eyes, this kind of attack was really hard to guard against. Chunzong's reaction was very fast. He moved his head and immediately dodged the attack. His sword changed in an instant, glowing with the brilliance of clouds and mist. In the blink of an eye, it turned into 9 rays of sword light, and then 81 rays of sword light in the next moment. This was one of the unique uses of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. 81 sword lights, every one of them extremely sharp, yet they were constantly changing between real and fake, hard to grasp. Since it was difficult to distinguish between them, then there was no need to distinguish between them. He would just destroy them all. King Everflame's hands grabbed at the air. 2 blazing flames burned in his hands, bursting forth with astonishing power. In an instant, his hands turned from claws to palms. His sunken palms suddenly spat out, and he abruptly pressed forward. A terrifying power surged forth like a raging tide. The flames suddenly spread out in all directions, destroying everything in an extremely violent manner. They directly blocked Chunzong's 81 rays of sword light, shattering them one after another. Chunzong's 81 rays of sword light were indeed powerful, but they focused on the changes, and their direct lethality was relatively weak. The flames swept out, attacking from the front. The palm print and the fire cloud in the sky also shot down, causing Chunzong to be attacked from the front and the back. Heavenly Spirit Phantom Slash. 6 phantoms appeared together, and together with the original body, they turned into 7 figures. They were so lifelike that it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. 3 of them held swords and attacked the falling palm print and fire cloud, while the other 4 surrounded King Everflame and attacked together. Suppress. King Everflame's eyes suddenly widened and his hands pressed down. It was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was being suppressed. In an instant, a terrifying and immortal power burst out from his palms. The power under his palms immediately made the surrounding void incomparably solid. A circle of ripples surged out, and Chunzong's 3 phantoms were also hit in an instant, causing them to fluctuate. The real and the fake could be distinguished in an instant. This was also an advanced martial art of the eternal lineage, the eternal sky suppression style. This was a martial art that focused on defense, but in addition to defense, it could also be developed into other mysteries. The sword light of the original body was endless, like a long river flowing, but also like a torrent, surging and boundless. King Everflame stood motionless, his hands moving in a circle, blocking all of Chunzong's attacks. The power of the eternal lineage had an amazing defensive ability, and it also had a terrifying head-on power. Coupled with the power of fire that King Everflame had comprehended and cultivated himself, its power was even more terrifying. It was difficult to break through, and it also had an astonishingly high temperature counterattack. It was extremely difficult to deal with. At this moment, Chunzong finally understood what his opponents had felt in the past. That was, when he displayed the unbreakable sword circle, his opponents felt helpless. However, this kind of defense was not unbreakable. 3rd Pinnacle Sword, Mountain Destroyer. In an instant, the sword essence of wind, fire, and thunder burst forth. As the sword struck out, a roar resounded through heaven and earth. The tyrannical power seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. It was extremely violent, and its destructive power was unparalleled, especially when it was displayed with the yin and yang great true force of heaven and earth. It not only had the terrifying power of Mountain Destroyer, but also the mysteries of the yin and yang great true force. The terrifying sword light of Mountain Destroyer directly bombarded King Everflame's defense, tearing apart his flames. The mysteries of the yin and yang great true force of heaven and earth shifted his defense as much as possible, allowing the tyrannical power of Mountain Destroyer to penetrate through. King Everflame was slightly shocked and immediately increased his power to the extreme. He strengthened his defense again, and the flames burned fiercely, instantly turning into a fire dragon that circled around him. Roar! The fire dragon was lifelike, like a heavenly dragon burning with raging flames. It instantly let out a terrifying roar that shook heaven and earth. In an instant, a ball of blazing dragon flames spewed out from the dragon's mouth, as if it was going to burn heaven and earth. Chunzong's expression was cold. Immediately, the power of wind, fire, and thunder circled around him, mixing with the yin and yang great true force of heaven and earth, turning into an even more tyrannical power. He slowly raised the Tianyuan sword, holding it vertically between his eyes, in front of his forehead. Then, as if it was carrying a great force, it slowly rose into the air. The mixed power of wind, fire, and thunder circled around the sword, constantly surging, like 3 real dragons intersecting. The yin and yang great true force of heaven and earth also poured into the sword. The sword suddenly trembled, emitting a bright light. A roar was constantly brewing in the sword, full of terrible destruction and destruction. The second move of the Tripinnacle Sword, Earth Collapse. Slash! In an instant, the sword carried Chunzong's tyrannical power and directly slashed down. Boom! The terrifying sword essence completely exploded, and the void was instantly torn apart. Incomparably hideous cracks spread out, spreading in all directions. As the sword slashed down, The ground shook continuously, and cracks appeared, spreading rapidly, as if it was going to collapse. Earth collapse. Its direct, destructive power was much more tyrannical than the mountain-crushing sword. It was Chunzong's newly created and powerful ultimate move. King Eternal Flame was the first person to receive this move. King Eternal Flame was instantly horrified. He could only feel the sword slashing down in front of him, causing the earth to collapse and the people to be in a terrible situation. The terrifying power was enough to destroy everything in the world. Self-freedom state. In an instant, King Eternal Flame activated his unique state. He completely recovered his calmness and regained control of himself. Eternal Flame Reversal. King of all flames. He opened his hands, and the fire dragon roared and instantly exploded. It turned into endless flames that surged and surged in all directions like tens of thousands of waves. Not only did it form a revolving force that constantly weakened Chunzong's sword, but also burst out with an unparalleled blazing heat, crazily burning the surroundings. In a split second, the magma in the entire valley seemed to go berserk. It spurted out from the cracks and gave off an extremely shocking fiery aura. It turned into strands of aura that slithered over like fire snakes. They constantly collided and condensed into fire pythons that possessed terrifying might. In just an instant, Chunzong was surrounded by countless flaming pythons. Every single python radiated with an extremely terrifying aura as they charged fearlessly. Each flaming python was powerful, but one alone could not do anything to Chunzong. However, there were many of them, and they seemed to be continuously condensing. Yin-Yang Sword Wheel. The black and white sword wheels separated, blocking all attacks. Reversal of heaven and earth. In an instant, the sword light split, swallowing and absorbing all the attacks, then condensed into a single-horned flaming python that instantly blasted towards King Eternal Flame. This move shocked the spectators. Self-freedom state. The last sword. Yin-Yang sword technique, third move. Yin-Yang slice heaven and earth. The power of this sword was not inferior to Earth Collapse. The only difference was the attack. Earth Collapse focused on direct destruction, destroying everything. Yin-Yang heaven and earth condensed power into a line, cutting everything. It was like a point and a surface. Black and white were distinct. One sword cut, and the sky was clear and the earth was turbid. This sword condensed the Yin-Yang Tao will and the Yin-Yang great true force of heaven and earth. The sword cut horizontally, as if it was splitting heaven and earth. It caused the white to rise into the sky, and the black to sink into the earth. It was extremely profound. If King Mingkong were here to see this, he would definitely be very surprised. This was because Chunzong's sword was even more exquisite than when he was fighting against his doppelganger. Naturally, its power was also enhanced. King Eternal Flame's strength was indeed very strong, but Chunzong was not weak either, especially after passing the 12th level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Pagoda. He went into seclusion and improved further. Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Split. Even under the self-freedom realm, King Eternal Flame's expression couldn't help but change slightly, feeling shocked. He felt that this sword's aura had completely locked onto him. Even under the self-freedom state, he could not dodge it. Because the universe was in chaos, Yin and Yang were reversed, and heaven and earth seemed to be mixed up. All of Eternal Flame's defenses were directly torn apart, like a hot knife through butter. That wisp of sword light, with the killing intent of reversing Yin and Yang, pierced through the air, shocking King Eternal Flame. Boom! Endless flames instantly rushed out of his body, turning into a flaming man, rushing towards that wisp of Yin and Yang sword light like a moth to a flame. Eternal Flame, King himself, was retreating rapidly. His face was pale as he looked at the person who had summoned the flame. That flaming man was one of his techniques, condensing most of his strength. Heart-intense sword style, heartbeat. Suddenly, King Eternal Flame, whose essence, chi, and soul had been greatly weakened, could not maintain the self-freedom state. He felt his heart suddenly tremble and beat violently, and a feeling of suffocation spread throughout his body. Chapter 1811. Tian Yuan Sword King Chunzong has won 90 consecutive victories. Tian Yuan Sword King Chunzong has won 90 consecutive victories. Tian Yuan Sword King Chunzong has won 90 consecutive victories. This vigorous and low voice was like the beating of heavenly drums, and also like the rolling of muffled thunder. It exploded from the horizon and spread out in all directions, and within the vigorous and low voice, there was a type of excitement and excitement contained within it. He had won 90 consecutive victories and reached the top. The tens of thousands of spectators were all speechless. They were all shocked. He had really won. He had really reached the top. Furthermore, he had defeated King Eternal Flame, who had won 91 consecutive victories. He had become the 17th king-ranked prodigy in the Eternal Battle Fort to reach the top. How shocking and how glorious it was. Brother Chun is indeed a hidden dragon. Once he hides, he soars. Among the spectators, there was also Yang Wan. He was very emotional. Now, he had used the elixirs that Chun Zong had given him to improve his body constitution. His strength had also increased accordingly. Now, he had entered the middle-rank prodigy region. In his heart, he felt nothing but gratitude toward Chun Zong, and even more admiration for him. He had finally won 90 consecutive victories. Chun Zong was secretly happy. However, he did not let it get to his head. Winning 90 consecutive victories was only the first step to reaching the top. The highest was 100 consecutive victories. Although no one had achieved 100 consecutive victories until now, those who could reach the top all had the fighting spirit and goal to do so. After achieving a 90-win streak, Chun Zong did not proceed to the next battle. This was because his battle with King Eternal Flame had required him to use all of his strength to win. This was partly due to his strength, but also partly due to his luck. However, a victory was a victory. If it was a battle of life and death, there was no such thing as luck. The loser would die. If he died, he would not be able to start again. Exiting the mirage, Chun Zong sat down to reflect on his battle with King Eternal Flame. 90 consecutive victories? The master of the mirage, Qing Su Mingyue, was surprised. This little guy before this, he had passed the 12th level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Pagoda. Ming Jiang's phantom image appeared and smiled. If that's the case, he is qualified. Qing Su Mingyue smiled. Leave it to me, said Ming Jiang. His figure disappeared in an instant. Then, Chun Zong was summoned. The one who summoned him was Ming Jiang, the master of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower. Greetings, Your Excellency. Chun Zong bowed. Congratulations on passing the battle tower and reaching the top of the virtual realm, Ming Jiang said with a smile. He then poured a cup of tea for Chun Zong. The tea was fragrant and mysterious. Chun Zong's heart started beating faster. He had a vague premonition that he was about to find out about the changes that Mingkong King had mentioned, or rather, a new opportunity. In the Eternal Battle Fort, anyone who reaches the top of the ethereal realm and passes through the battle tower will receive an opportunity different from others. Ming Jiang didn't have any intention of beating around the bush. Instead, he asked directly, "Do you know what's above the spiritual body?" What was above the spirit body? Chun Zong wasn't sure. After all, he was only a low-level spiritual body. Then, what was above the spirit body? Chun Zong was very curious. In the universe, physiques are divided into innate and acquired. Innate ones are born with physiques. Innate ones are born with physiques. Acquired ones are improved after birth. Ming Jiang stared into Chun Zong's eyes and smiled. For example, your spiritual body of heaven and earth is an acquired spiritual body. It was improved from a mortal body. There were naturally differences between innate and acquired. Innate ones were born with it. They had obvious advantages and great potential. Acquired ones were improved after birth. In short term, there wasn't much difference between innate and innate. However, in the long term, there was a big gap. That was, they didn't have enough stamina and potential. It would be very difficult for them to improve further. To use an analogy, it was like two people with the same stamina competing to see who could run further. The starting point of the two was different. They were 10,000 meters apart. Even if the person who was 10,000 meters ahead stood still and waited for the person who was 10,000 meters behind to run first, he would definitely be able to run further in the end when the person who was 10,000 meters behind him ran to catch up with him. Because he was full of stamina, while the other person had run 10,000 meters and used up a lot of stamina. If he continued running, he would consume more stamina. That was the difference. Of course, for people who were born with mortal bodies, it was a great thing to have the chance to improve their physiques to spiritual bodies. They didn't care about innate or acquired ones. However, as long as there was a chance to improve, they couldn't miss it. Both innate and acquired physiques are divided into mortal bodies and spiritual bodies. I believe you have a deep understanding of the gap between spiritual bodies and mortal bodies. There is a higher physique above the spiritual body. That is the Taoist physique. Ming Zhang's expression became serious. The spiritual body has a deeper understanding and application of the corresponding mysteries of heaven and earth. The Taoist physique is a physique above the spiritual body. It is extremely close to the corresponding mysteries of heaven and earth. To some extent, the Taoist physique can be regarded as the favored child of heaven and earth. With the Taoist physique, whether innate or acquired, one can cultivate and comprehend the corresponding cultivation methods and mysteries of heaven and earth. One can achieve great results with a little effort. The Taoist physique has another name, which is also recognized as the favored child of heaven and earth. Ming Zhang's tone became more and more serious. Shenzong could even hear a hint of envy in his voice. The favored child of heaven and earth. What an amazing title. It was like being the most favored child of heaven and earth. It was receiving a lot of attention. The innate Taoist physique is very rare. Even in the vast universe, there are not many. Ming Jiang smiled again. On the other hand, there are relatively more spiritual bodies. However, there are some worlds where spiritual bodies don't exist. Shenzong agreed. For example, it was hard to say whether there were any spiritual body geniuses in the Tianyuan sacred realm of the Lingwu sacred realm. Perhaps there were, but they had never been discovered. Therefore, there was no chance for them to embark on the path of cultivation. Of course, this situation was almost impossible. If one was born with a spiritual body, he would have extraordinary luck and a good background. It was not impossible for him to embark on the path of cultivation. Once a person with an innate spiritual body embarked on the path of cultivation, he would show different aspects from others. He would improve tremendously and quickly rise to become an expert. In the end, it would not be difficult for him to surpass his peers and surpass his peers. Putting aside the other realms of the Lingwu sacred realm, there was only one person suspected to have an innate spiritual body in the Tianyuan sacred realm. That person was the god of the Taishan sacred palace. Although he had the Taishan sacred palace as a foundation, it was useless if he did not have enough talent. In the past, Shenzong would not have thought too much about it. Now that Ming Jiang had mentioned it, he thought carefully. The Taishan saint might really have an innate spiritual body. However, in comparison, he should only be a low-level innate spiritual body. Even so, he had improved by leaps and bounds. He was ahead of his peers and even surpassed many seniors. If it were not for Chun Zong's many opportunities, he would not be able to compete with him, let alone surpass him. Therefore, in the entire Tianyuan sacred realm, the only person who could possibly have an innate spiritual body was the god of the Taishan sacred palace. Of course, there might be others elsewhere, but they had not yet shown their talents. After all, even an innate spiritual body had to be given a chance and time to grow. It was impossible for them to rise for no reason. However, thinking about it, there should not be anyone with an innate spiritual body in the Lingwu sacred realm. One side of the world, one side of the people. In a world that was not strong enough, the power and mysteries of heaven and earth were limited. It was the same principle as how shallow water could not raise a dragon. If heaven and earth were compared to water, then a spiritual body would be compared to a dragon. In that case, it was difficult to raise a dragon in shallow water, let alone raise one. There were not many people with an innate spiritual body, even in the void of the universe. It was especially difficult for them to appear in some worlds. To be able to give birth to an innate spiritual body, the world must be very powerful. It was far from what the Tianyuan sacred realm could compare with. Such a world would naturally give birth to more spiritual bodies. Spiritual bodies can be created postnatally. Spiritual bodies can also be created postnatally, Ming Jiang said. Although Chunzong had some guesses in his heart, when he heard it for real, he was indescribably shocked. The benefits he gained from upgrading from a mortal body to a spiritual body were great. When his consciousness returned to his body, the reason why his body could improve so much was not only because of the accumulation of his consciousness in the eternal battle for it, but also because of the transformation of his spiritual body. If he could not continuously improve his spiritual body and finally create a spiritual body, he would be able to comprehend more mysteries of heaven and earth when his consciousness returned to his body, and the benefits he gained would be even greater. Of course, although a spiritual body could be created postnatally, it was definitely not easy. Otherwise, a top force in the void of the universe like the eternal battle for it would not have the prerequisites. Reaching the top of the virtual realm, breaking through the battle tower, only then would he have the corresponding qualifications. That's right. From Ming Zhang's various words, Chunzong had already guessed and confirmed that the so-called opportunity should be related to the creation of a spiritual body. That's right. What Ming Jiang said next was indeed so. It confirmed Chunzong's guess and made Chunzong even more excited. If the spiritual body had such great benefits, then what about the creation of a spiritual body? Starting from the spiritual body, even if he did not cultivate the corresponding cultivation method, he could usually perform better in ordinary cultivation unless he really cultivated incorrectly. Then the effects of a spiritual body would be even better. And this was the eternal battle for its heaven and earth vein. If he could create a spiritual body, it should be the heaven and earth Tao body, also known as the heaven and earth Tao body. Chunzong was not clear about the mysteries of the heaven and earth Tao body, but he was sure that it would be amazing and far better than a low-level spiritual body. Just this point alone was worth his effort. Although the eternal battle for it was a top force in the void of the universe and was very powerful, with 3 Dominator-level powerhouses in charge and a deep foundation, it could not cultivate many spiritual bodies. They could only choose the best. How to choose the best and be fair and that was to set a goal. Reach the top of the virtual realm. Break through the battle tower. This meant that he had outstanding strength. The eternal battle fort was famous for its battle, and it paid more attention to combat ability. No matter how talented he was, if his combat ability was not good enough, it would be a waste. If his combat ability was outstanding, and with the help of superb talent, he would be further improved and become more powerful and shocking. Chapter 18:12. In the sky above him was a boundless starry sky that was densely covered with specks of stars, and it was like the stars were scattered all over the place. When he raised his head and looked at it, it caused one's heart to feel refreshed and infinitely lofty, and it seemed as if it contained boundless, profound mysteries. One could not help but want to soar into the sky and stand side by side with the stars to explore the endless mysteries contained in it. Under his feet, there was a dark path. It was extremely wide. It was thousands of meters long. The surface seemed to be full of potholes. It was filled with fist-sized potholes. It was about the width of a finger. It was filled with a vague, mysterious aura. The thousands of meters wide path was dark and deep. It was ancient and simple. No one knew how long it had existed. It was as ancient as the eternal starry sky. It was immortal, indestructible, and indestructible. Looking forward along the dark and deep ancient path, One's gaze seemed to penetrate the void and look into the endless distance. However, one could not see too far. The further one went, the blurrier it became. In the end, one could only see darkness. The incomparably deep darkness was like the mouth of an ancient divine beast. It devoured everything. It also seemed to contain endless mysteries. The ancient path of the starry sky. This was the name of the dark and deep ancient path and the endless starry sky. It was beyond Chunzong's expectation. He originally thought that the opportunity that Ming Jiang mentioned was a kind of opportunity that belonged to the eternal battle fort. It could cause the spirit body to slowly transform and finally transform into a Tao body. However, when Chunzong obtained this opportunity, he realized that it was not. The ancient path of the starry sky. This was a universe secret region left behind by a powerful being called the star god many years ago. The ancient path of the starry sky was now controlled by the powerful forces in the universe void. After all, one of the main functions of the ancient path of the starry sky was to improve and transform one's body constitution. Body constitution and bloodline were of great help to cultivators. An expert did not necessarily have an extraordinary body constitution or bloodline. However, if he had an extraordinary body constitution or bloodline, he would become more powerful. With a strong body constitution or bloodline, the chances of becoming an expert would be higher than ordinary cultivators, unless one was very unlucky or did not want to improve. Anyway, no one would refuse the opportunity to obtain a stronger body constitution or bloodline. Since the ancient star path was controlled by the powerful forces of the universe, ordinary forces and ordinary people naturally wouldn't have the opportunity to enter. Moreover, this ancient starry sky road was very interesting. Only those below the spirit realm could enter it. As such, it became a place where only the disciples of the powerful forces in the universe could enter. However, not all disciples had the right to enter. Obtaining a spot required a lot of resources. It was like offering a sacrifice to the starry sky ancient road in order to obtain an ancient starry sky badge. Only by using the ancient starry sky badge could they enter. In other words, one had to pay an enormous amount of resources to obtain the ancient starry sky token. It was also because of this that the powerful forces of the universe could only allow a small number of disciples to enter the starry sky ancient path. Furthermore, they had all set a standard. Those who did not meet the standard were not qualified. After all, nurturing a true dragon was much better than nurturing a group of pythons. The difference was incomparable. Even if it was the same amount of power, some people could only use 50 to 60% of it. Some could use 70 to 80%. Some could use 100%, and some could use 120%. This was the difference between them. Sometimes it was talent. Sometimes it was hard work. However, whether it was innate or acquired, it was a kind of ability. Survival of the fittest was the only way to enter. Unless there was a hole in one's head, they would not choose the most outstanding disciples to nurture. Instead, they would choose the inferior ones. Being able to stand tall in the void of the universe, the higher-ups of those forces were certainly not fools. Even if some of them were disloyal, they would not dare to act rashly in such a major matter. It was also because of this that until now, only 17 people in the Eternal Battle Fort were qualified to obtain the Ancient Starry Sky Badge and enter the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Chunzong was the 17th. Now, Chunzong had just entered the Starry Sky Ancient Path with the help of the Ancient Starry Sky Badge. He was observing the surrounding environment. Deep, mysterious, boundless, and ancient. This place felt extremely ancient, profound, and mysterious. However, he did not know what kind of expert the ancient star god was. The ancient starry sky, ancient path was filled with endless mysterious aura. The aura was soft and gentle, like a silent spring rain that permeated the surroundings. It gently wrapped around one's body and seeped into it bit by bit. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. Chunzong could clearly feel that his spiritual body was being nourished and gradually advancing to a higher level. It turned out that this was the secret behind the improvement of the spiritual body and the transformation into a Tao body. Shenzong could not help but think to himself. However, the speed of this nourishment and improvement was extremely slow. It was only slightly faster than in the Thousand King Mountain. If it was only at this level, there was no need to spend a large amount of resources in exchange for the ancient Starry Sky badge. That method was not worth it. There must be other mysteries hidden in this place. However, Ming Jiang did not say much. Everything would have to wait until he entered the Starry Sky ancient path to experience it personally. Then, he would have to experience it himself. In addition to the silent aura that permeated his body and quietly improved his physique, Shenzong also felt an invisible restraint. This restraint seemed to be restricting his strength. As soon as he took a step forward, Shenzong knew what level the restraint had reached. The strength in his body was greatly weakened. On the contrary, the strength of the low-level spiritual body was not affected. In the outside world, physique was mainly reflected in cultivation. It was only a kind of support for combat. However, Shenzong felt that the strength of his physique was magnified here. Moving forward, continuously moving forward, Shenzong felt that the more he moved forward, the more obvious the suppression became. However, at the same time, the aura that permeated his physique became more and more intense, and the effect became more and more obvious. Shenzong could feel that his physique was gradually becoming more active. Every inch of his body seemed to be filled with vitality. Sure enough, this place was extremely beneficial to the improvement of his physique. Originally, Shenzong thought that the ancient Starry Sky path was only a few thousand meters wide. With the strength of a demigod, he could cross it in an instant. However, this invisible suppression made Shenzong realize that it was impossible. However, Shenzong did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, he kept moving forward and immersed himself in the feeling of his physique being nourished and improved bit by bit. The more he moved forward, the more obvious the pressure on his feet became, and the more difficult it was to move forward. However, it still could not stop Shenzong from moving forward. After walking for about 1,000 meters, Shenzong suddenly stopped. He felt a burst of strong aura suddenly sweeping over and surging toward him. It was much more violent than before. It was as if a silent drizzle had turned into a downpour. Shenzong's body was trembling slightly. In an instant, a large amount of aura poured into his body. His muscles and bones seemed to be trembling, making a sound like that of a tiger's roar. Metamorphosis. This was a metamorphosis of his physique. Of course, it was not a spiritual body metamorphosis into a Taoist body, but a low-level spiritual body metamorphosis into a middle-level spiritual body. It was extremely difficult to metamorphose from a low-level spiritual body to a Taoist body. Without the right opportunity, it would be difficult to improve much in one's lifetime. It was simply impossible. Low level, middle level, high level, and top level. There were 4 levels in total. If you wanted to metamorphose into a Taoist body, you would have to go through 3 levels: middle level spiritual body, high level spiritual body, and top level spiritual body. No, it should be 4 levels, because there seemed to be a level between the spiritual body and the Taoist body. It was called the pseudo-Taoist body. The pseudo-Taoist body was a kind of physique that was higher than the spiritual body, but not at the level of the real Taoist body. It was a kind of incomplete Taoist body. The endless aura calmed down again, and the downpour turned into a gentle drizzle. Shenzong's body also stopped trembling, and a stronger feeling arose spontaneously. Middle-level spiritual body. Shenzong was sure that his physique had metamorphosed and upgraded to a middle-level spiritual body. The mystery and power of a middle-level spiritual body was much stronger than that of a low-level spiritual body. Shenzong felt that the suppression around him seemed to have weakened a little. The reason why his physique could break through to a middle-level spiritual body in such a short time was not only because of the inexplicable aura of the Starry Sky ancient path, but also because Shenzong's low-level spiritual body had been upgraded to the peak spiritual body. He was only one step away from a breakthrough. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy. But no matter what, the upgrade of a low-level spiritual body to a middle-level spiritual body was a significant increase to his overall strength. Imperceptibly, his strength was also improved. After he went back and did a little closed-door training to adapt, his overall strength would increase by 20 to 30%. When one's strength reached Chunzong's level, even a 10% increase would be difficult, let alone 20 to 30%. The changes brought about by the improvement of his physique were indeed amazing. In this case, he would continue to move forward and see if he could upgrade his physique to a high-level spiritual body as soon as possible in a short time. That would bring him greater benefits. However, the situation was not as simple as Chunzong imagined. The more he moved forward, the more he found that the pressure was increasing. Even when he stood still, the pressure was increasing little by little, as if it did not want him to stay here for long. At this time, Chunzong felt a strange movement in the sky. He immediately stopped and looked up. He saw that some stars in the endless starry sky suddenly twinkled. At first, it was very slow, but in just a few breaths, it became intense. In an instant, streaks of starlight fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed, carrying a terrifying aura, mercilessly traversing the sky. Chunzong immediately found that the streaks of starlight were falling toward him. Each streak of starlight carried a terrifying power, as if it could penetrate the heavens and the earth. In the dazzling light, there was a trace of the aura of extinction, destroying everything. Dodge! Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately dodged to the side. When the streak of starlight fell to the ground, it directly smashed a full-sized hole in the hard ancient path. Only then did Chunzong understand how the holes in the ancient path came about. He was even more surprised. Chapter 1813. In the Thousand King Mountains' heavenly origin residence in the Eternal Battle Fort, a beam of black and white light suddenly lit up. When the light dissipated, a figure appeared. It was Chunzong. Chunzong's expression was calm, but there was some shock in his eyes. Just a moment ago, he had been advancing on the ancient road of stars, successfully raising his low-rank spiritual body to a mid-rank spiritual body. When he wanted to continue advancing, something unexpected happened. Not only did the pressure become stronger, making it harder for him to advance, but terrifying starlight also fell from the sky. The starlight fell like rain, and he tried his best to dodge it. He mustered all his strength and continued advancing. He advanced a few hundred meters, constantly dodging the starlight's bombardment. Under the threat of the starlight rain, Chunzong found that his spiritual body seemed to be actively absorbing the surrounding aura, making the nourishment of his body more obvious. However, after advancing a few hundred meters, he was still unable to avoid the bombardment of the starlight rain and was hit by a beam of starlight. It was directly destroyed like a hot knife through butter. Chunzong still remembered the feeling of his entire body being crushed from the top to the bottom of his head. Thinking back, he felt a great sense of horror. However, the ancient road of stars was really amazing. Even if one died on the ancient road of stars, it was not true death. Instead, one would return to where they came from without any loss. However, there was a restriction. Once one died on the ancient road of stars, the next time one entered would have to wait a year. A year in the void of the universe was the so-called universal year. It was equivalent to 10 years in other worlds. It was not short at all. If one did not die on the ancient road of stars, but voluntarily exited the ancient road of stars, one could enter again after a month. It was 10 times the time difference. However, there was no other way. When encountering the starlight rain, even if he used all his means and abilities, he would still be hit in the end. If he wanted to enter again, it would have to be a year later. As for now, it was time to cultivate. In addition to the improvement of his spiritual body, he also had a deeper understanding of movement techniques in the ancient road of stars. He needed to go into seclusion for a while to adapt to his improved physique. When he came out, he believed that he would be even stronger. In just a few short years, Grand Luo city of the Tianyuan sacred region had changed greatly. Darkness enveloped the land, covering an area of 1,000,000 square meters. It was so dark that it was impossible to see what was inside. Just looking at it would cause one's heart to palpitate and be indescribably shocked. It would make one's hair stand on end from the depths of their soul. This place had become a desolate region. No cultivator dared to come close. Even if it was 1,000,000 meters away from the dark, desolate region, it was still filled with a deathly cold aura that made people feel very uncomfortable. Because before this, there were cultivators who had charged in with the determination to die to find out what was going on. In the end, they really did not return. Later on, another 7-star expert led a group of half-step great saints into the dark domain. In the end, he was the only one who escaped with serious injuries. This indicated that he had encountered a situation in the dark domain and died not long after. His injuries were too severe. He had only managed to escape because of his will to live. In the dark, desolate region, there was a ghost city where a large number of purgatory ghost race troops were stationed. There were many purgatory ghost race experts guarding it. Even if an 8-star or 9-star expert entered, they might not be able to leave safely. They might even lose their lives. The purgatory ghost race was a very terrifying fighting race. They were cruel and bloodthirsty, devouring life to strengthen themselves. It had been more than a year since the Purgatory Ghost Gate had opened. Nearly 2 years had passed, and the profound world had changed greatly. In the beginning, no one knew about the Purgatory Ghost Race. Now, the Purgatory Ghost Race army had invaded the profound world on a large scale and occupied the territory of Grand Luo City as their headquarters. They had extended their ghost claw to the neighboring territories of Grand Stellar City, Grand Radiant City, and Grand Wind City. The Purgatory Ghost Race had officially taken root in the profound world. When Chun Xiu of the Shura sect discovered the Purgatory Ghost Race and learned a lot of information, he immediately returned to the Shura sect to make arrangements. However, man proposes, God disposes. Not to mention, when Chun Xiu spread the news to the outside of Tai Luo City, not everyone believed him. Most of them were skeptical. There was nothing wrong with being skeptical. After all, if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it so easily. Every expert had their own perseverance. To a certain extent, this was a good habit. However, this habit was not good at this moment. The Purgatory Ghost Race's efficiency was astonishing. By the time everyone realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Although Chun Xiu knew about it in advance, in the entire Grand Luo City, only the Shura sect could resist the Purgatory Ghost Race. Moreover, in the entire Shura sect, other than himself, there were only 2 elite 6-star experts, a few 5-star experts, and a few 4-star experts who could fight against the Purgatory Ghost Race. The others were completely useless. If they rushed up, they would only be devoured by the Purgatory Ghost Race. Even the Silver Blade King, the Heaven Battering King, and the others couldn't do it. At best, they were only at the level of a superior ghost soldier. Perhaps they had a chance of winning in a one-on-one battle, but the Purgatory ghouls weren't just a few kittens. Just the ghouls alone numbered in the thousands. In other words, there were thousands of 4-star to 6-star Purgatory ghouls, not to mention the dozens of 7-star Purgatory ghouls generals. One had to admit that Chun Xiu's decision was correct. He made a prompt decision. Other than spreading the news to alert the other forces, he also arranged for the Shura sect to retreat. As for the Azura secret realm, he could only give it up temporarily. Fortunately, he had already obtained the greatest opportunity in the Azura secret realm. He could only wait until he defeated the Purgatory Ghost Race and take back the Azura Peak. As for the Azura secret realm, it was impossible to open it without the corresponding method. It was left behind by the Azura Demon Lord. No matter how powerful the Purgatory Ghost Race was, they couldn't force it open. As long as the Azura secret realm existed, the Shura sect could reclaim the Azura Peak in the future. They could build palaces and other things and prosper again. Retreat. Naturally, it was to retreat from the Great Luo City. The Purgatory Ghost Race came with great momentum. and their strength was tyrannical and terrifying. No matter how confident Chinchio was, he didn't have the confidence to face the entire purgatory ghost race alone. Retreating was a must. Otherwise, he might die in battle. Before retreating, he had to fulfill his duty as the ruler of the great Luo city. That was to bring those who were willing to leave with him. Among them were some small sects, some rogue cultivators, and some ordinary people. To ordinary people, it was hard to accept leaving their homes. Therefore, not everyone was willing to leave. Since that was the case, Chun Shio didn't force them. Everyone had their own choice. Whether they believed or not, it was up to them. Of course, they had to bear the consequences. At the end of the day, the main body Chinzone was never a gentle and decisive person with the mentality of Mother Mary, let alone the Azura avatar, Chinchio. A person's character and temperament were more or less affected by the cultivation technique they cultivated. Although Chinchio was Chunzong's avatar, his character was different from Chunzong's. The reason why he spread the news, brought a group of people who were willing to leave with him, and personally went to hunt down the ghost race's vanguard was only to fulfill his duty as the Shura's sect. If Chunchio was alone with his sword, he wouldn't have cared so much. It was only a matter of time before who lived and who died. He failed to live up to expectations or made the right choice. The Purgatory Ghost Race moved quickly. First, the vanguard appeared. Not long after, the real army appeared. There were more than 1,000 ghost soldiers and 10 ghost generals. Their battle strength was terrifying to the extreme. Even if Chun Shio unleashed his full battle strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. At most, he could kill a portion of them, but he might die from exhaustion. 1,000 Purgatory Ghost Race wasn't something 1,000 4 to 6-star half-step Great Saints could compare to. Not to mention, there were 10 Ghost Generals. One of them was even a 9-star Ghost General. How could he fight? Unfortunately, those who were doubtful or unwilling to leave had their vitality devoured by the Purgatory Ghost Race. They became nutrients for the Purgatory Ghost Race to become stronger. Although Chinchio was unwilling to leave, there was nothing he could do. Everything was because he wasn't strong enough. There was always someone better than him. He had to strive to improve himself. Fortunately, there was still a small portion of people who left before the Ghost Race's army appeared. They went to other territories. Moreover, they were protected by the experts and disciples of the Shura sect. Although there were some inevitable casualties along the way, most of them survived. As for the sects in the territory of Tai Luo City, especially the Heavenly Luo sect, because of their hatred for the Shura sect, they ignored Chun Shio's announcement. The result was that they were annihilated by the Purgatory Ghost Race and became nutrients for the Purgatory Ghost Race. This kind of consequence inevitably caused people to sigh endlessly. Now, with the passage of time, Tai Luo City was no longer the Tai Luo City of a year ago. In a short period of time, it was as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. There was no vitality in the current Tai Luo City. There was not a single living person to be found. Yin-Chi and Death-Chi overlapped and permeated the air. Ferocious-looking dried corpses could be seen everywhere. There were also ghost soldiers. The territory of Tai Luo City was now the headquarters of the Purgatory Ghost Race when they invaded the highest mystery world. Even the neighboring territories of Tai Gang City, Tai Ming City, and Tai Feng City were affected and attacked by the Purgatory Ghost Race. Because of this, the sects in the other territories of the highest mystery world became aware of the strength of the Purgatory Ghost Race. In the highest mystery world, there were 3 top forces. The most famous one was the Great Mystery Holy Palace. In addition, there were 2 other forces. They were slightly weaker than the Great Mystery Holy Palace, but much stronger than the other forces. They were the Tai Yuan Hall and the Mysterious Sky Mountain. In the previous Great Mystery Saint Board, the 2nd and 3rd elite 8-star experts were the sect masters of the Tai Yuan Hall and the Mysterious Sky Mountain respectively. Of course, the ranking of the 2nd and 3rd was not necessarily accurate. There was no complete conclusion as to which of the sect masters of the 2 top forces was stronger. Chapter 1814. Taishan Holy Alliance. Taiyuan Holy Alliance. Xinkong Holy Alliance. These were the three great alliances of the Taishan world. These three great forces had a deep foundation, great strength, and numerous experts. Naturally, they were the leaders of the three great alliances. Chen Xiu had no objection to this. Now, in the Taishan world, he had to protect the Shura sect. He could not protect himself alone. Of course, the premise was that they did not provoke him. With Tailuo City as the center, the Void Gates in the Void Temple and the four great cities of Taigang City, Taiming City, and Taifeng City, which radiated in the three adjacent directions, had all stopped. Naturally, it was the Void Temple's doing. Although the Void Temple had always maintained a neutral position, in this major situation, they still banned the Void Gates in the four great cities, even though they did not send any reinforcements. This was to prevent the Purgatory Ghost clan from directly entering the Void Gates and killing in other cities. This was also beneficial to the Taishan world. The boundary of Tai City was adjacent to the boundary of Taiming City. They were separated by the Myriad Star Plain. The Myriad Star Plain was vast, and it was thousands of miles wide. People could see the sky full of twinkling stars when they were in the plain. It was very beautiful, and that was how it got its name. But now, the Myriad Star Plain was no longer as magnificent as before. Traces of cold and blazing aura filled the air, mixed with the smell of blood and a trace of deathly stillness. On the plain, broken pits and cracks could be seen everywhere. It was a shocking sight. The blood had dried up, turned dark brown, and settled in the ground. The tragic aura was like a gust of wind blowing across the plain. Whining sounds were constantly heard, as if there were ghosts wandering around. It was such a beautiful place with unique scenery, but it had turned into a battlefield of death. It was a pity. Instantly, two figures flashed past with shocking speed. One of them was like a rock that had spread its wings, and it was suffused with a wisp of silver radiance. It flashed past in an instant, and it instantly dispersed the gloomy and cold aura of death. The other was like a spirit snake, using the void as a grassland. Its body wriggled. Although it was slower than the first figure, it was more agile and would not be left behind for a while. However, although these two figures were very fast, they seemed to be in a sorry state, as if they were fleeing in panic. Indeed, they were being hunted. The figure chasing after them was like a black flowing light, filled with eerie, ghostly chi. One could vaguely see ghostly shadows, as if there were countless vengeful spirits flying around. It was the Purgatory Ghoul race. Furthermore, its aura was extremely powerful. It was a Purgatory Ghost soldier. As for the vengeful spirits that surrounded him, they were left behind by the Purgatory Ghost race after they entered the profound world. When the number of people they killed reached a certain number, once they stimulated their strength, the terrifying phenomenon of vengeful spirits would appear, causing one's scalp to tingle in fear. As for the two people who were constantly running away, they were the two 5-star powerhouses of the Tai-Yuan Alliance. They had a mission to cross the Myriad Star Plain and enter the Grand Brightness City to investigate the situation of the Purgatory Ghost race. Unexpectedly, their tracks were exposed and they were hunted down. The one chasing after them was a superior ghost soldier, which was equivalent to a 6-star powerhouse. However, in a real battle, even an elite 6-star powerhouse might not be able to do anything to it. The two of them were only 5-star powerhouses. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for the superior ghost soldier. Run. They could only run. In fact, there was another 5-star powerhouse who went to carry out the mission, but he was killed by the enemy. Only the two of them were left to flee in panic. However, as long as they crossed the Myriad Star Plain and entered Grand Change City, they would most likely be safe. That was because it was the territory of the Tai-Yuan Alliance, and there was a strong defense. Not to mention a superior ghost soldier, even a ghost general would die. Run. No matter what, they had to run back and bring back the information they had found. However, the Purgatory Ghost soldier's speed was extremely fast. As it approached, A terrifying cold and scorching aura gradually approached, causing the two to feel a chill in their hearts. Senior Marshal Brother Huang, I will stop him. No matter what, you have to bring back the information. The five-star powerhouse, who was as agile as a spirit snake, immediately said. If this situation continued, the Purgatory Ghost Soldier would catch up to them before they could cross the Myriad Star Plane. At that time, even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat the enemy. It would be difficult for them to escape death. In that case, only one of them could stay behind to at least stop the Purgatory Ghost Soldier and buy time for the other to escape. No matter what, they had to bring back the information they had found and let the Tai Yuan Alliance make preparations. As for why they chose to stay behind, of course, there was a reason. Because their movement technique was agile and was most suitable for a long battle. The other person's movement technique focused on speed and was faster than them. It was more suitable for them to escape from 1,000 li away. No, Junior Marshal Sister Sue, you bring the information back. I will stop him. Senior Marshal Brother Huang immediately said. Senior Marshal Brother, you must bring the information back. The woman surnamed Sue had already turned around. Like a spirit snake coming out of its cave, her speed completely exploded in an instant. Like lightning, she shot towards the Purgatory Ghost Soldier that was chasing after them. This movement technique was not suitable for long-distance attacks, but it was suitable for short-distance attacks. It was very shocking. Although she was a woman, she was so unyielding and unyielding. Junior Marshal's sister. The man surnamed Huang's expression changed greatly. His voice was filled with sorrow, but he did not dare to stop at all. This was because he knew clearly that his Junior Marshal sister had already turned around to intercept the Purgatory Ghost Soldier. This opportunity to escape was fought for by his Junior Marshal sister with her life. No matter what, he had to grasp it well. No matter how sad he felt, he had to bring the information back. The Purgatory Ghost Clan had extraordinary means. Moreover, the Myriad Star Plane had become strange after so many battles. It was impossible to use any means of communication as they were all disrupted. Otherwise, if they discovered something in the boundary of Grand Brightness City, they could use the means of communication to send the information back. There was no need to sacrifice 2 lives like this. Run, filled with grief and anger and an intense killing intent towards the Purgatory Ghost Clan. The middle-aged man, surnamed Huang, recklessly unleashed his strength. He did not hesitate to hurt himself. He could not let down his Junior Marshal sister's kindness. He had to bring the information back alive. Junior Marshal sister, wait for me to bring the information back. I will accompany you. The middle-aged man, surnamed Huang, secretly said. He and Junior Marshal's sister, Sue, had known each other for many years. They were in love with each other, but he had never broken that layer of paper. However, his heart was firm. In the short span of a few breaths, the middle-aged man with the surname Huang turned his head around and saw a pair of eyes that were filled with longing turned dull. That delicate face also seemed to have experienced the passage of time, becoming wrinkled and filled with a deathly stillness. His heart was bleeding. The middle-aged man, surnamed Huang's heart, was bleeding. He clenched his teeth and did not let his tears fall. He continuously unleashed his strength. His meridians ruptured one by one in exchange for a faster speed. It seemed that only by doing so could he alleviate the heart-wrenching pain. However, Junior Marshal's sister Sue's desperate efforts did not seem to have much effect. The Purgatory Ghost Soldier chased after her again with a disgusting and strange laughter. It was getting closer and closer. Even if he overdrew his strength, he could only increase his speed to the level of an ordinary 6-star. He might be slightly faster than an ordinary 6-star, but there was still a big gap between him and an elite 6-star. The Myriad Star Plane was 1,000 miles wide. It was not a long distance for a 5-star expert. They could cross it in a short period of time. However, there had been a change in this place after a few life-and-death battles. It was filled with an oppressive aura. It would affect the cultivator's strength and speed to some extent. 10,000 meters, 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters. The distance between them was shrinking at an astonishing speed. At this rate, it would not take long for the Purgatory Ghost Soldier to catch up and kill him. Could it be that Junior Marshall's sister, Sue, died for nothing? It was getting closer and closer. It was getting closer and closer. The unique cold and scorching aura of the Purgatory Ghost Race was like a blade on his back. 1,000 meters. In an instant, the distance was shortened to 500 meters. Soon, the distance was shortened to 100 meters. Then, it was shortened to 10 meters. At 10 meters, the terrifying aura was getting thicker and thicker. The shocking killing intent was crazily closing in. Countless vengeful spirits were roaring and wailing, as if they were filled with unwillingness. Junior Marshall's sister, I'm coming to accompany you. The middle-aged man, surnamed Huang, looked back and vaguely saw that one of the vengeful spirits seemed to belong to Junior Marshall's sister Sue. Am I going to die? Even if I'm going to die, I have to use all my strength to fight so that I won't let Junior Marshall's sister down. He gathered all his strength and swept out against the current. With the difference in strength, it was useless to attack. He could only self-destruct to see if he could drag the other party down with him and perish together. In an instant, a gray sword light pierced through the sky like lightning. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, so fast that it made people feel like they were in a dream. In the end, only a faint gray shadow was left in their eyes. That shadow was filled with an extremely shocking, baleful aura that seemed to freeze the air. Even the cold and scorching ghostly aura was scattered. It was extremely domineering. In an instant, the Purgatory Ghost Soldier's sharp screams filled with panic rang in his ears. This Purgatory Ghost Soldier was only at the upper level. Although it was powerful, it could not block or dodge this sword. In an instant, the sword shattered countless vengeful spirits and directly pierced through its body. The terrifying sword aura wreaked havoc and was incomparably domineering. It directly shattered the Purgatory Ghost Soldier's strength and killed it. When the Purgatory Ghost Soldier fell from the sky, the middle-aged man, surnamed Huang, finally reacted. He saw a figure in a gray sword robe that was filled with unique patterns that seemed to have an indescribable charm. Furthermore, that person also had a very young appearance. Huang Yu pays his respects to the sword demon. The middle-aged man, surnamed Huang, was absent-minded for a moment before his entire body trembled. It was as if a basin of ice water had been poured over him. When he recovered from his shock, he also recognized the newcomer's identity and immediately bowed. This extremely young figure was the famous expert of the Great Yuan Alliance, the Azura sword demon, Chen Xiao. This person was the youngest among the experts of the Great Yuan Alliance. However, his strength was extremely terrifying. He had once killed many Purgatory Ghost Generals by himself, and there was no lack of intermediate Ghost Generals among them. Chapter 1815. Sorry, I took Lu Saw to the hospital for a checkup during the day, and I didn't start writing until 4 in the afternoon. The first update was supposed to be at 7, but it's still too slow. I'm sorry, I'll update it now. As for the second update, I'll try my best to update it at around 11. The headquarters of Tai Yuan Alliance was located in Tai City, across the Myriad Star Plane and across the border of Grand Brightness City. Only in this way could they respond immediately. The half-step Great Sage experts with 4-star battle prowess were gathered and became members of the Great Yuan Alliance. As for those below 4-star battle prowess, especially those below the half-step Great Sage level, they were basically arranged to stay at the rear to strengthen their cultivation and improve their strength as much as possible. Some of the 1-star to 3-star half-step Great Saints were responsible for teaching the newcomers wholeheartedly. The battle between the human race and the Purgatory Ghost race in the Taishin realm was a battle between two races. Judging from the ferocity of the Purgatory Ghost race, once they were defeated, the cultivators would definitely die. They would be devoured like food. The Purgatory Ghost race could devour the vitality of the human race to strengthen themselves, but the cultivators wouldn't get any benefits from killing the Purgatory Ghost race. How unfair was that? Even so, they had to kill the purgatory ghost race. Otherwise, they would be killed and turned into food. Fortunately, the three alliances had offered many treasures as rewards. As long as they killed the purgatory ghost race, they would gain merit points and could exchange them for treasures in the alliance to improve themselves. Chun Xiu's energy wrapped around Huang Yu and brought him to tear through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Very quickly, they flew past the myriad star plane and headed towards the headquarters of the Great Yuan Union. In Tai Yuan Alliance, Chun Xiu, the Shurasek Sword Devil, was famous. Many people knew him, so the journey was smooth. After handing Huang Yu over to the higher-ups of Tai Yuan Alliance, Chun Xiu turned and left. Staring at the myriad star plane, Chun Xiu's eyes were deep and distant, as if he could see through the plane and see the purgatory ghost race in Grand Brightness City. Chun Xiu already knew what Huang Yu and the others had found out. In Grand Brightness City, the purgatory ghost race had increased their troops. Suddenly, there were 400 purgatory ghost soldiers and 12 ghost generals. It didn't sound like a lot, but the meaning behind it was terrifying. This was because even the weakest ghost soldier had the power of a 4-star warrior. On the other hand, Huang Yu and the others also discovered a situation. In Grand Brightness City, there were tens of thousands of cultivators being raised by the Purgatory Ghoul clan. They were raised like pigs, allowing them to reproduce continuously. This method was nothing more than providing the Purgatory Ghoul race with an endless supply of vitality. It would not be effective in the short term, but in the long term, it would greatly benefit the Purgatory Ghoul race. Currently, the Shura sect had settled down on a mountain peak within the boundaries of Great Change City. Although the overall environment could not be compared to Shura Peak, it was still acceptable. Of the 4- and 5-star guardians, only a few were left to guard the Azura Gate. The rest of them, together with the Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King, carried out some missions to kill Purgatory Ghouls to exchange for rewards from the Alliance and improve themselves. The Azura sect could be considered famous in the entire Great Yuan Alliance because of the Azura Ghost Hunting Group, especially the Azura Sword Demon and Azura Dual Arts. In the Great Yuan Alliance main hall, Yuan Ji and the other elders listened to Huang Yu's detailed report with a solemn expression. Yuan Ji was the hall master of Great Yuan Hall. He was an 8-star elite. The 5 elders were experts from Great Yuan Hall and other forces. One of them was an 8-star elite, while the other 4 were ordinary 8-star elites. They were the top experts in Great Yuan Alliance. Of course, not all the top experts would join Great Yuan Alliance. Chun Xiu was one of them. The Great Yuan Alliance had naturally invited Chun Xiu to become one of the Alliance elders. If it was Chunzong, he might have agreed. However, given Chun Xiu's character, he wasn't interested at all and refused without hesitation. Of course, rejecting the invitation did not mean giving up on fighting against the Purgatory Ghost race. Over the past year, many Purgatory Ghost race had died under Chun Xiu's sword, especially in the battles in Myriad Star Plane. Everyone knew that Shura's Sword Demon had a terrifying battle strength. Even middle-rank Ghost Generals were no match for him. As for high-rank Ghost Generals, they were equivalent to 9-star experts. Previously, there was only one of them, and it was blocked by the other 9-star experts in Great Yuan Alliance. That ordinary 9-star expert was Great Yuan Hall's Hallmaster. He was one of Great Yuan Hall's hidden forces. Usually, they could hide their strength, but now, they could no longer. 400 ghost soldiers and 12 ghost generals. The power of the Purgatory Ghost clan in Grand Brightness City has increased by a lot. This is very unfavorable for us. An elder narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. His voice was solemn, revealing the heaviness in his heart. Everyone, including Yuan Ji, had a solemn expression. The atmosphere in the main hall was cold and solemn. Previously, only 500 ghost soldiers and 35 ghost generals were enough to make us suffer heavy losses. Now that they have reinforcements, it will be very unfavorable for us. Another elder spoke. Everything he said was the truth. This was the strength of the great mystery world. Basically, All the experts that could be mobilized to fight against the Purgatory Ghost Race had joined Great Yuan Alliance. They were either part of Great Yuan Alliance's army or Ghost Hunters. The so-called Ghost Hunters were a new name. The full name was Purgatory Ghost Race Hunters. The Alliance Army and Ghost Hunters combined could barely fight against the Purgatory Ghost Race of Grand Brightness City in the past few times. They had suffered heavy losses. Now, the Purgatory Ghost Race of Grand Brightness City had received reinforcements, but the Great Yuan Alliance's reinforcements were very small. Unless we can ask for help from the outside world. The third elder pondered and said, the so-called outside world naturally referred to the other 8 worlds outside of the Great Mystery World. The Purgatory Ghost Race has invaded the Great Mystery World. If they completely gain the upper hand in the Great Mystery World, they will definitely invade the other 8 worlds. We should unite against a common enemy and eliminate this threat as soon as possible. That being said, how can we ask for help from the outside world? The 3 worlds adjacent to the Great Mystery World were the Upper Yuan World, the Cold Sky World, and the Ancient Suppression World. However, between the Great Mystery World and the Upper Yuan World was the Bewildering Light Sea, which was difficult to cross. Moreover, to cross the Bewildering Light Sea, one had to cross the boundary of Grand Brightness City and Grand Luo City. Now that the boundary of Grand Brightness City and Grand Luo City was occupied by the Purgatory Ghost Race, only death awaited them if they crossed it. Should they take a detour? That was also a solution. It would take more time, but it would also be dangerous because Grand Luo City was located at the edge of the Bewildering Light Sea. As for the Great Mystery World, the Cold Sky World, and the Ancient Suppression World, there was also a natural chasm between them. Although it was not as easy to get lost as the Bewildering Light Sea, the dangers involved were not inferior at all. In fact, it was even more direct. Asking for help is imperative, Yuan Ji said solemnly. Alliance Master Yuan Ji said solemnly. Taishian Sacred Alliance and Xiankong Alliance will do the same. In the end, the power of the Great Mystery World was limited, and the Purgatory Ghost Race was very powerful. The invasion of the Purgatory Ghost Race seemed to be a matter of the Great Mystery World in the short term, but in the long term, it was a matter of the entire Tianyuan Sacred Territory. Elder Ling Guang, I will have to trouble you to personally lead people to the Ancient Suppression World and ask for help from the Ancient Suppression World. Yuan Ji pondered for a moment, then said in a serious tone, Elder Wan Tong, I will also have to trouble you to personally lead people to the Cold Sky World to ask for help. As for the request for help from the Upper Yuan World, they could only put it aside for now. The situation was urgent and could not be delayed. Lin Guang and Wan Tong did not dare to delay and immediately left. Both of them had the battle prowess of an ordinary 8-star. If each of them brought 2 elite 7-star, they would have a greater chance of crossing the natural chasm and entering the Cold Sky World and the Ancient Suppression World to ask for help. After all, if one was not strong enough to ask for help, no one would care. However, if an 8-star personally went to ask for help, the meaning would be different. If 2 8-star battle prowess and 4 elite 7-star battle prowess left, the defense of the Great Yuan Alliance would be weakened. They hoped that the Purgatory Ghost Race in the Grand Brightness City would not launch an attack in the near future. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for the Great Yuan Alliance. However, Yuan Ji and the others' hope would not come true. Within the boundary of the Grand Brightness City, the army of the Purgatory Ghost Race had already begun to gather. Moreover, other than the army of the Purgatory Ghost Race, there seemed to be human cultivators gathering as well. The humming sound was vast and mighty, like a gale sweeping across. In a short time, it spread throughout the Great Yuan Alliance and was heard by many people. It was the sound of a bugle horn, a secret treasure refined by the Great Yuan Hall. Once it was blown, it would produce a loud sound that would spread in all directions, allowing everyone to hear it. War was coming. It meant that the army of the Purgatory Ghost Race was about to attack. Gather. In an instant, the allied army of the Great Yuan Alliance also began to gather. Powerful auras began to gather. The aura fluctuations that spread out were at least 4-star battle prowess. In the profound world, the strength of each city and boundary differed greatly. For example, in the boundary of Grand Luo City, when the ancient Shura sect weakened, the strongest person in the boundary was the only 4-star battle prowess in the heavenly Luo sect. However, in the neighboring boundary, there were 5-star and 6-star battle prowess. As for the boundary of Great Yuan City, where the Great Yuan Hall was located, there were 7-star battle prowess and 8-star battle prowess. There were even hidden 9-star battle prowess. The reason why the Great Origin Hall was able to establish the Great Origin Alliance and get all the sects to join it was because the Great Origin Hall was the most powerful one. Not to mention the hidden 9-star battle prowess. The Great Yuan Hall Master was ranked 2nd on the Great Saint leaderboard. In the entire sect, there were also 8-star battle prowess and 7-star battle prowess. There were also many 1-star and 6-star battle prowess. As the allied army gathered, so did the ghost hunting group. The aura from each of them was at least 4-star battle prowess. Moreover, their bodies rippled with terrifying killing intent. To be able to survive several fierce battles with the Purgatory Ghost race, not only did they need some luck, but they also needed to be strong enough. However, this time, everyone's expression was solemn because they already knew that the Purgatory Ghost race in Grand Brightness City had received reinforcements and their overall strength had increased. The battle hadn't even begun, but it was already very disadvantageous for the Great Yuan Alliance. The wind was howling, the water was cold, and the killing intent filled the void. It merged into every strand of air, causing everyone's heart to sink. Chapter 1816. Fortunately, I didn't let you down. I finished the second update after traveling day and night. Remember to pay attention to the public account, Descent of the Six Realms. Updates will be posted there, so that you don't have to keep waiting. Myriad Starplane. The stars were silent, and there was no light for thousands of miles. The Alliance army, determined to fight to the death, began to move out. Under the leadership of Alliance Master UNG and the 3 elders, they stepped into the Myriad Starplane. In an instant, the sound of rushing wind could be heard. Figures flashed past like lightning and entered the Myriad Starplane. They were the experts of the Ghost Hunting Group. The Alliance army attacked from the front, while the Ghost Hunting Group attacked from the flanks. They cooperated with each other. Because of this, they were able to resist the attacks of the Purgatory Ghoul army several times. Even though they were barely able to resist, they still resisted. This time, they used the same strategy against the reinforcements of the Purgatory Ghoul army. However, it was time to fight to the death. When 2 armies faced off, the stronger would win. The Purgatory Ghouls never knew how to be merciful. If you made an enemy of them, you would either kill them or have your life force devoured. There was no third option. This battle was one of life and death. There was no chance of survival. His entire body was filled with murderous intent. What's that? It's not the Purgatory Ghouls. However, their killing intent paused when they saw the figures in front of them. It was like a flame that was doused with cold water and almost extinguished. Once it was extinguished, even their fighting spirit would be affected. The figures in front of them surged forward like waves. They were not Purgatory Ghouls, but human cultivators. What's going on? In an instant, everyone, including Alliance Master UNG, was confused. Those are ghost slaves. They've been enslaved by the ghouls and have lost their sense of self. They're cannon fodder used by the ghouls to deplete our strength. A voice suffused with cold, killing intent suddenly rang out, bringing with it a shocking killing intent that penetrated into everyone's ears. It was like adding oil to the fire, causing the weakened, killing intent of everyone to be ignited once again and become stronger. Ghost slaves. Look at their ashen faces. Their eyes are devoid of life, and their auras are as cold as ghosts. They've definitely been killed by the ghouls. What a despicable ghoul. They've enslaved cultivators to deplete our strength. Anger. Fury. Previously, it was a baleful aura and killing intent. Now it was mixed with rage. Under the rage, the rage turned into a torrential killing intent, a killing intent directed at the Ghost Clan. Is it possible to rescue them? Alliance Master Un's voice rang out. He was asking because he knew that the speaker was Azura's sword fiend Chinxiu. All the information about the Purgatory Ghoul race had been released by him. After several verifications, all the information was verified to be accurate and was very authoritative. Not to mention, the battle prowess displayed by the other party was not the slightest bit inferior to him. In this world, whether one was right or wrong always depended on one's strength. When one was strong enough, one's words would often be more convincing. Only by killing. Chinxiu answered directly. From the memories of the Ghost General that he had obtained, this was indeed the case. Once one was corroded and turned into a ghost slave, not only would there be internal changes in one's body, even one's consciousness would be completely lost. It was simply irreversible. Ghost slaves would also completely obey the orders of the ghost race and be enslaved by them. Therefore, when encountering a ghost slave, there was only one way to do it, and that was to kill them. Even if they were human cultivators in the past, it would not be appropriate for them to kill their own kind in the face of such a major issue. However, after turning into ghost slaves, they had already left the human race. Moreover, if they showed mercy and did not kill them, they would be killed by the ghost slaves instead. Kill. Alliance Master Yung gave the order without hesitation. The word kill resounded through the 9 heavens like a thunderclap, causing the surrounding void to tremble and ripples to spread in all directions. As the Hall Master of the Great Yuan Hall, he was not a decisive person. In addition, the cultivation methods and martial arts of the Great Yuan Hall had always been majestic and domineering, so his temperament would naturally be subtly influenced. Therefore, knowing that the ghost slaves could not be saved and that they were enemies, he naturally had to kill them. Kill them without hesitation. In fact, Yung thought that even if there was a way to save them, he might not necessarily be willing to do so. After all, if he wanted to save them, he would definitely have to pay a hefty price. Since Chinxiu's answer was only by killing, which meant that there was no way to save them, there was no need to hesitate. Kill! The Alliance army also shouted in unison. Their battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Their shocking killing intent seemed to have condensed into a solid form and rushed out, as if it was going to disperse the gloomy and cold fog in front of them. There were tens of thousands of ghost slaves, and each of them was at least in the Saint Rudiment realm. Their auras were extremely gloomy and cold. They charged forward fearlessly, letting out low howls like ghost beasts from the depths of their throats. It was very terrifying and ferocious. The Saint Rudiment realm was nothing to a half-step great saint, especially the people of the Alliance army and the ghost hunting group. They were at least 4-star half-step great saints, so the gap between them was extremely huge. However, the tens of thousands of Saint Rudiment realm ghost slaves charging fearlessly was also very terrifying and would consume everyone's strength. Kill. As soon as Chinxiu's voice fell, he immediately led the people of the Azura ghost hunting group to attack. The sword in the front was like the tip of a lightning bolt. It was so sharp that it tore through the void. Behind him were the Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King. Behind them were the Shura Sect's 5-star and 4-star experts. The Tiangong Elder was not among them. What he was good at was not fighting, but refining weapons and formations. He was the most suitable person to guard the Azura Sect. At the same time, the Tiangong Elder would also contribute to the Great Yuan Alliance by setting up some formations to strengthen the defense and so on. This kind of talent was more than 10 times more useful in the rear than in the front line. Once he attacked, he would never look back. His sword would sweep through heaven and earth. Kill. The Nirvana evil sword suddenly flashed. The sword light was dim, but there was a glimmer of crystal light. It was extremely dazzling. As soon as the sound of sizzling was heard, the sword light had already turned into a crescent moon that tore through the void. The sword chi spread out and grew in the wind. It instantly became 100 meters long with an irresistible force. Although it was not his full strength, the sword was extremely terrifying. As it slashed through the void, layers of fine ripples immediately spread out. It was a phenomenon that would only appear when the power was so strong that it had reached the limit of what the space could bear. Wherever the crescent moon sword light passed, it was like cutting vegetables and melons. It directly killed hundreds of ghost slaves. Although these ghost slaves were only at the Saint Rudiment stage, after being corroded, their bodies became extremely tough and had amazing defensive power. Otherwise, Chun Xiu's sword could have killed even more of them. The Prime Extreme Alliance Master suddenly pushed out his palm. It was as natural as opening a window to look at the moon, but it was condensed with an unparalleled palm energy. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to move mountains. In the void, a muffled sound like rumbling thunder resounded in all directions. In an instant, a misty blue palm print seemed to have pressed down on the void, leaving a mark in the void. It directly bombarded the ghost slave army. At that moment, one could clearly see that the edge of the misty blue palm print was surging with countless air currents. It was vast and mighty, like a surging wave that could crush everything in its path. At the center of the palm print, dozens of ghost slaves were directly blasted into pieces. As the palm energy surged out violently, hundreds of ghost slaves were affected. Their bodies were sent flying in all directions. Their tough skin cracked, and dark red blood oozed out with a foul stench. A single palm print killed hundreds of ghost slaves. One had to admit that the Purgatory Ghost Clan's method of using tens of thousands of ghost slaves to exhaust everyone's strength was not very effective. At most, it was disgusting. It felt like they were slaughtering their own kind. However, they had to kill them. They attacked one after another. The strength of a half-step great saint was very terrifying. Their attacks were also very shocking. Even though the ghost slaves' bodies had been strengthened, they still could not withstand it. A single attack could kill at least a dozen ghost slaves. At most, there were hundreds of them. In just one round of attacks, nearly 10,000 of the tens of thousands of ghost slaves were killed. The second round, they attacked again without mercy. Kill! Before the tens of thousands of ghost slaves could charge forward, they were directly annihilated. Numerous broken corpses fell down ceaselessly like dumplings, forming a layer on the myriad star plane. They were in disorder, and it was a ghastly sight. I've already said that this method is useless. It's better to devour them all. A complaining and malicious voice suddenly sounded and fell into everyone's ears. The voice was not speaking the human language, but the language of the Ghost Clan. At this stage, although the experts of the Great Yuan Alliance could not speak it, they could basically understand the Ghost Clan's language. This was because Chun Xiu had compiled the Ghost Clan's language and handed it to the Great Yuan Alliance more than a year ago. It was his duty to inform the Ghost Clan, but he could compile the Ghost Clan's language so that everyone could understand it. Sometimes it would come in handy. With this, he could exchange for a good mountain for the Shura sect to use as their current mountain gate. No matter when and where, the Shura sect must exist and pass down its legacy. If he could not achieve this, then he would not be able to fulfill the ancient Shura king's dying wish. There would be a flaw in his heart that would affect his future progress. It was equivalent to a flaw. If there was a flaw, it must be eliminated as soon as possible. The later it was, the more disadvantageous it would be. Therefore, no matter when and where, the Shura sect could not be destroyed. Otherwise, he would have to spend a lot of time and effort to rebuild the Shura sect. It would be very disadvantageous. The Shura sect was on the right track now, but because of the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost Clan, they had no choice but to be displaced. Even so, they could not let the Shura sect suffer heavy losses. They had to do their best to preserve their foundation and strive to improve. It had to be said that the original body, Chun Zong, was not here. Everything could only be done by the doppelganger, Chun Xiu. Comparing temperaments, it was difficult for Chun Xiu. But at the end of the day, although the original body and doppelganger had different temperaments, their souls were the same, so it was not a big deal. The Purgatory Ghost Clan army followed behind the Ghost Slave army and attacked. It was a black mass of extremely shocking cold and overbearing auras. They were like the lava after a volcano erupted, and they were also like the waves of a tempestuous ocean. They surged layer upon layer and were vast and endless, and they carried an extremely terrifying and shocking, imposing aura that seemed capable of obliterating everything as they charged over. Heaven and earth turned upside down. In an instant, the allied army and the ghost hunting group's faces became extremely solemn. They could only feel a large black mass in front of them, like rolling dark clouds that covered half the sky. It was extremely powerful, like the endless horror of the nine nether abyss descending, swallowing, and suppressing everything, causing people to sink continuously. Chapter 1817. Kill. Fight. The Alliance army attacked from the front, while the Ghost Hunters attacked from the flanks. In the blink of an eye, each of them unleashed a terrifying energy fluctuation. They charged forward fearlessly, filled with rage and murderous intent. Kill. 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 Extremely brutal roars came from the direction of the Purgatory Ghouls. 700 to 800 Purgatory Ghoul soldiers gathered into an army formation. They spread out like a crescent moon and charged across the sky. Their leader was a middle-rank Ghoul general. The Ghoul general held a 3-meter-long black spear that was as thick as a bowl. It was extremely sharp and emanated a terrifying aura. Gusts of chilly wind howled in the air. Every Purgatory Ghoul soldier and Ghoul general was surrounded by phantoms. The wails they let out were soul-stirring. No one knew how many people they had killed. They were stained with the blood of humans. Formation. The leader of the UNG Alliance suddenly gave an order. The Alliance army behind him immediately obeyed. In an instant, they shifted their positions from their original neat formation to a picturesque, disorderly formation. They crisscrossed with each other as if sealing the sky and earth. Astonishing auras continued to spread. They permeated, intertwined, and connected among everyone. In an instant, the aura within the battle formation grew stronger. This was one of the battle formations passed down from the Taiyuan Hall. It was called the Taiyuan Spatial Lock Formation. Once it was set up, it would connect everyone's power and seal the space within the formation. Moreover, everyone's positions could be changed at will. It was very flexible. Everyone's power could be fully unleashed. They could even borrow the power of others to instantly strengthen themselves. This formation played an important role in stopping the Purgatory Ghouls' attacks several times before. As for the Ghost Hunters, they naturally had their own abilities to rely on. For example, Chun Shio passed down the mysterious god-killing formation to the Azura Ghoul Hunters so that they could practice and master it. As for Chun Shio himself, he would not join the mysterious god-killing formation because the difference in combat power was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Not only would the mysterious god-killing formation not be able to strengthen himself, it would even become a restriction. However, the mysterious god-killing formation that was set up by 2 elite 6-star masters for 5-star masters and 8 4-star masters was very powerful once it was activated. It could kill a normal 7-star master in a short time. Even an elite 7-star master might not be able to do anything to it. Previously, the members of the Azura Ghost Hunting Group had relied on the combination of the mysterious god-killing formation and their own strength to kill a lower-rank Ghost General and severely injure another lower-rank Ghost General. This was the power and profundity of battle formations. Otherwise, if it was just a siege, they would at most be able to contend with an ordinary 7-star. In the end, they would inevitably be defeated one by one and die. Resisting and killing were 2 different levels. On the other hand, the Purgatory Ghouls weren't proficient in battle formations. Their charge was just a direct charge, relying on their terrifying aura to oppress the enemy. If it wasn't for the Tao of battle formations, the human race would have found it hard to fight back. In an instant, the 2 sides clashed. The leader of the Purgatory Ghouls waved his black spear, creating a terrifying sound that sounded like the screams of ghosts. Shocking purgatory ghoul energy instantly surged like a flood breaking through a dam. In the void, there seemed to be the sound of a surging river. In just an instant, the energy surged into the black spear. The black light was intense and filled with malice. The muscles on the leader's strong arm bulged, and a terrifying power erupted. Boom! The spear seemed to have shattered the sky. It was extremely ferocious and carried a terrifying killing intent as it suddenly pierced toward the leader of the UNG Alliance. It was like a black lightning bolt that carried a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The black light instantly illuminated the world with an irresistible force. In the void, there was a burnt smell, and a faint spatial ripple spread out. It almost tore a crack in the void. This meant that the Black Spear's attack had reached the peak of 8-star and was close to 9-star. If it reached 9-star, it would be able to tear the space apart. The leader of the UNG Alliance recognized that the Purgatory Ghoul General was an old rival of his. They had fought several times before, and neither of them could do anything to the other. However, this time, he had to kill the other party. At the very least, he had to severely injure the other party. Boom! A misty blue light suddenly erupted from the leader of the UNG Alliance. It turned into thousands of light beams that shot out in all directions. Then, they gathered in front of him. As he raised his arm, a peerless saber light illuminated the world and drove away the darkness. Slash! Even though it was just a palm blade, it instantly unleashed an unparalleled and terrifying power that tore the void apart. The misty azure blade light was condensed into a material form, as if it was forged from divine gold. As soon as it appeared, it slashed out layers of ripples in space, like ripples on water, and there seemed to be a faint aura of smoke and fire suffusing the air. It seemed like a simple attack, but it was mysterious and powerful. Slash! The green saber light and the black spear collided in an instant. The aura that erupted was extremely terrifying. It was as if the void was torn apart because of it. Tiny cracks appeared. It was a ghastly sight. It was infinitely close to the 9-star level. The leader of the UNG Alliance trembled slightly. His chi and blood surged like a torrential river. He subconsciously retreated a little. However, he paused for a moment, and his lowered aura instantly surged again. With a solemn expression, he pushed forward with his palm. Both the speed of energy exchange and chi recovery were faster than usual. That was because he was also in the Taiyuan spatial lock formation and was buffed by the battle formation. The Purgatory Ghoul General didn't have it easy either. Even though his physique was extremely tough, he still paused for a moment. However, the Purgatory Ghoul General let out a furious roar. His terrifying aura surged like a smoke signal, and the phantoms around him roared. He raised his black spear high up, and the tip of the spear struck down. It was as if he was using the spear as a saber. However, it was extremely overbearing, as if it was going to shatter the sky and shatter the earth. An astonishing pressure descended from a spear. It felt as if the sky was collapsing, and it wanted to smash the UNG Alliance Master into mincemeat. The palm that was pushing forward was also instantly shattered. The spear paused for a moment and bounced back from the recoil. His left hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the spear with his right hand, forcibly stopping the spear in its tracks. Then, he exerted force once more and struck it down. This strike seemed even more terrifying, causing the UNG Alliance Master's expression to change drastically. There seemed to be a terrifying buzzing sound in his ears, causing his mind to go blank for a moment. Zap! The UNG Alliance Master exhaled as a green light suddenly flashed across his face. His eyes were blazing with a green divine radiance. The Taiyuan spatial lock formations boost, and his own strength erupted in an instant. Suddenly, a green stream of light surged out from his right arm and pierced forward with his finger like a sword. A loud boom shook the heavens and earth. This strike was as powerful as a heavy sword shattering the sky. The cultivation methods and martial arts of the Taiyuan Hall had always been forceful and overbearing. In terms of dodging, They weren't particularly outstanding. If one tried to dodge, they would be at a disadvantage. As the Hall Master, the UNG Alliance Master was well versed in this. If you want to attack, then come at me. Under this strike, the ripples in the air became even more intense. One could vaguely see tiny cracks that were almost undetectable. The UNG Alliance Master was engaged in a fierce battle with this powerful middle-rank Purgatory Ghost General. The others were also engaged in an intense battle of life and death with the Purgatory Ghost General and the Ghost Soldiers. This was a battle of life and death. If one didn't die, one would live or die. There was no luck to speak of. Therefore, they had to use all their strength, or else they would be killed. Who wanted to die? No one wanted to die just like that, but sometimes there were things to do and things not to do. Although they were all middle-rank Ghost Generals, there was naturally a difference in their combat strength. It was just like the difference between an ordinary 8-star and an elite 8-star. Chun Xiu's opponent was a middle-rank Ghost General equivalent to an ordinary 8-star. This Ghost General was new and didn't know of Chun Xiu's ferocious reputation. However, he soon regretted it. This kind of battle couldn't be delayed. Therefore, Chun Xiu didn't slow down and directly went for the kill. Heavenly Fiend's sword art, Fiendish Shadow. Due to the obvious difference in their combat strength, the Nirvana Evil Sword tore through the air. With just one strike, it shattered the Ghost General's attack and pierced through it. In an instant, the Nirvana Evil Sword's terrifying evil force devoured all the Ghost General's vitality, turning it into a dried corpse. This scene would make anyone who saw it feel delighted, but at the same time, their eyelids would twitch in fear. This was one of the reasons why Chun Xiu was called Azura's Sword Demon. Chun Xiu didn't object to being called Sword Demon. On the contrary, he was quite satisfied with it. With just one sword strike, he had killed a middle-rank Ghost General and displayed an extremely terrifying combat strength. This was also a great encouragement to the human cultivators. In their hearts, Azura's Sword Demon's combat strength wasn't inferior to Alliance Master UNG's at all. UNG himself thought so too. Otherwise, how could he treat Azura's Sword Demon as an equal? After killing a Purgatory Ghost General with one strike, Chun Xiu didn't stop. His figure flashed, and he immediately attacked another Purgatory Ghost General, which was the closest to him. It didn't matter if it was a low-rank or middle-rank Ghost General. He just had to kill it. In this attack, the number of Purgatory Ghost Soldiers exceeded that of the human race by a lot. However, there wasn't much of a difference in the number of Ghost Generals. This was naturally due to the emergence of the hidden experts of the various factions. Otherwise, if most of them were to be breached, only death would await them. It was better to leave some forces to guard the sect while the rest of the experts were mobilized to kill as many Purgatory Ghost Soldiers as possible. Kill, kill, kill. Chun Zong was invincible, single-handedly wielding his sword. None of the Purgatory ghouls were able to withstand a single strike from his tyrannical battle prowess and unfathomable swordsmanship. They were all killed, and more tragically, their exuberant vitality was devoured by his sword, causing them to die miserably. Normally, it was the Purgatory Ghost Soldiers who devoured the vitality of others. Since when did it become their turn to devour their vitality? However, this had happened before. It was precisely because this human was too savage and terrifying. Human die. A voice suddenly rang out from among the Purgatory Ghost Soldiers. It was like a sudden explosion of muffled thunder, emitting a terrifying roar that shook the surroundings and spread out in all directions. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.